Thank you very much. I'd like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge that we are on Treaty 1 and Dakota Nation's territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis Nation. My name is Lynn Nesbitt. I'll be chairing the panel today. Other members of the panel are Stuart McPherson, joining me by Zoom, and Brent McIntyre, who is in the North Committee room. Our secretary to the board today is Cara Balshaw, and we have three different assessors today: Jennifer Martins, Eric Gauthier, and Merrick Froelich. We'll be hearing applications for revision of the assessment role in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by Council and is independent of it and the city's administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of Queen's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all of the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. We have 4 items on our docket today. Ms. Balshaw, please affirm the assessor and applicant's testimony.
Madam Assessor, for the record, can you please state your name?
Jennifer Martins.
And do you affirm the evidence you will present today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Applicant, for the record, can you please state your name?
Mark Newman.
Thank you. And do you affirm the evidence you'll present today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Martins and Mr. Newman.
Morning.
I understand that our first item on our docket today is 45-166 Meadowwood Drive. And the issue under appeal is business assessment. Ms. Martins, you can start, please.
Now looking at my brief, it's a simple one-page brief. We are looking at file number 22-62, and this is for the year 2022. The address is 45-166 Meadowwood Drive. The business assessment ID is 56396. The business name is Pristine Management Manitoba Group. And the property is owned by Pristine Management Manitoba Group Limited Partnership. For right now, the total ARV on the property is $54,960. We have the total area of the premise as being 5,261 square feet, with an overall ARV per square foot of $10.45. This was calculated by using the premise area of 5,261 square feet and using a base ARV per square foot rate of $8 per square foot, giving us a base ARV of $42,088. We then add the occupancy costs, which The total occupancy cost for this premise is $12,889, giving us our annual rental value of $54,960. Now, I want to say that when this business was put in, the areas were that we looked at for putting this property in was through permits that we received through PP&D for occupancy. We do have some rent comparables. Now, looking at the rent comparables, there are comparables between $2.80 for a 12,000 square foot premise to a $7.33, and that is for a 15,500 square foot premise. But there is a range, and I believe that these were done, these were all premises that are in basements. So that would be comparable to this property because this one is in a basement. Okay. And that is all. Are there any questions?
Mr. Newman, do you have any questions for the assessor?
I do. And Ms. Martins, you and I have had the opportunity of discussing this property, correct?
Yes.
And so you're aware that one of the issues we have is the extent to which the space is occupied, correct?
Yes.
And I previously shared some photos with you, and really just to benefit the panel, the issue here is that from the owner's perspective, there's 1,000 square feet occupied. From the city's perspective, it's 5,261 square feet. And I think you mentioned that that square footage comes from PP&D because of an occupancy permit.
Yes, when this property was being put in, I have notes from I've reviewed notes with the person who did put this in, that they were discussed, they looked at the occupancy permits, and they looked at what permits they could find, and they looked at what the premise was previously occupied as, and that's the premise that we have.
Did the notes indicate to you that when the occupancy permit was applied for, the request was for 1,000 square feet, and that PP&D refused to allow an occupancy permit for 1,000 square feet? Did the notes indicate that?
The notes didn't say anything about PP&D because we don't have PP&D. If you'd like to get into my rebuttal evidence at this point, I do have notes from like submissions from that we get from PP&D. If you'd like to look at that to see what we were basing what we were looking at when we were looking at the occupancy of this premise. Is the premise? Oh no, it's not my turn for questions.
Okay, so the other question I have for you is, you've indicated that the base rent is $8 a square foot, and yes, and you've got a series of comparables. Have you investigated what those comparables are used for?
No, I did not.
Okay, so in fairness, if I were to ask you what each is used for, you wouldn't be in a position to comment.
No, I would not.
All right, that's fair. So you went into the systems, and the systems kicked out this information, and your base rate of $8 is higher than any of the comparables, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Mr. McPherson, do you have any questions?
I do have a couple of questions. Thank you. Did you say that this is a basement unit?
Yes, it is.
And all your comparables are basement units as well?
Yes, they are.
So I think you answered Mr. Newman that you don't know what the comparables are used for. Do you know what the subject is used for?
There is office space, and there is, as the pictures that I looked at in the appellant's brief, it looks like there's a lot of empty space, but it is used as the management uses their office there, and that owns the property.
So it's basically office and storage is,
It's office and empty. A lot of it, they don't utilize the space.
but they have care and control of that space, is that correct?
Control of the entire unit, yes.
So is there any possibility that the space that they're not using, is it configured such that it could be used by someone else?
Absolutely. But there is not, you can't divide it up. There's no demising wall in this space, so it is a single unit. So they are able to use it for other things. There's a previous tenant used it as, I believe, an art space. They had art on the wall, and it was advertised that people could go and look at the art and I believe purchase the art. And I'm not sure if there were functions in that space or not at some point, but it is an open space. It's just not being used.
So access to that is just, there's one entrance to the entire unit, is that correct?
My understanding of the unit, yes.
Okay, and the $8 rate that the department has used, I don't really see that being supported by the comparables here. The largest one is $733, and that's a 40-year lease.
Yes, no, I'm not objected. I don't object to a reduction of the rent per square foot. My concern, though, is that changing the space of the unit without allowing some sort of actual division within the unit. But yeah, I don't disagree, and that the rent is perhaps a little aggressive.
Thank you. And just for clarification, bid numbers. I noticed that 3 of your comparables have bid number 1. What is the significance of that?
They are no longer occupied. This was the agreement at the time. Like, that was the lease start date, and that was the term of the lease. But at the time of this printing, those were no longer occupied.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Mr. McIntyre, do you have any questions?
I just have one quick question. Can you explain the discrepancy between the $8 base ARV per square foot for the subject and your comparable number 6, which is in the same building and based on the civic address is probably right next door, and it's in at $357 a square foot?
I haven't had the opportunity to look at that unit to see what the quality of the unit is, or if it is office space as this one is, or if it is simple storage. I haven't had an opportunity to look at that to see what would cause the difference in rent. But if it was, say, storage space, that would justify a very big difference in the rent, because this one is done up with office.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question.
Thank you very much. Mr. Newman, you can proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. So I think, as will be evident to the panel, there are some interesting issues in this case. Let me just speak firstly about the square footage issue. The space is occupied, and in my brief, after the text, there are some photos. So the space is occupied by the management company that manages this building and another building, so a property management company. The first page of the photos, photo number 1, shows the space that is occupied. Photo number 2 and photo number 3 show the balance of the space. And as the assessor fairly noted, there's a portion that's occupied as office and the rest of it is empty. And it truly is empty. It's not used as storage. And again, as the assessor fairly noted, historically, some of that space was occupied for purposes of hanging the owner's art. And they had a pool table down there. It was an occupancy of convenience because this is basement space in a neighborhood shopping center, which is not easy to rent, especially when there's no elevator, there's no escalator, so it is not barrier-free access. So again, there's two issues in front of you. One is the square footage that's occupied. The other is the rent. And if you come back to the text, excuse my voice, if you come back to the text of my brief, at the bottom of page 2, I provide excerpts from the City of Winnipeg Charter Act, including the definition of business. And then on to page 3, section 316, sub 2 of the City of Winnipeg Charter, premises used or occupied by a person for carrying on a business in the city must be assessed for business assessment purposes. So there's some magic words there in my submission to you. Premises used or occupied by a person for carrying on a business. And section 316 sub 3 says subsection 2 doesn't apply to premises, and subparagraph B, the use of which is not for the preponderant purpose of earning a profit. So I get where the assessor is coming from in the sense that it is one space, it has not been subdivided, but it is not being used, as is evident from the photos. The great majority of the space is vacant. And so my view of the world is, that the space is not liable to be assessed for business purposes because it's not being used or occupied by a person to carry on business. The empty portion just simply isn't being used for anything. It's there. The analogy I'll give you is this. Every space, every vacant space in an office building, in an industrial building, any type of commercial building is under the care and control of the owner of the building. But it's not occupied by anyone. And it's not, that vacant space is not liable to be assessed just because the owner of the building controls the space. There's got to be something more happening in the space. And the something more that needs to be happening is a business operation, the preponderant purpose of which is to earn a profit. And in the material I've given you, the first 3 pages of the attachments are the photos. I then have definitions of occupy or occupied from the Merriam-Webster dictionary, and from the online dictionary. I then also have a Court of Appeal decision, a case I did, God, it seems like a long time ago, in 1991. I went to the Court of Appeal on a question of whether a business, the Unicity Tennis Club on Taylor, was a business and therefore was liable to assessment for business tax purposes. And the Court of Appeal, in the second page of the decision, in paragraph 4, said, the city has not overcome the threshold of establishing the premise are used for carrying on a business. And the court talked about it. And again, the space has got to be there for the preponderant purpose of earning a profit, which is what section 316 sub 3B of the City of Winnipeg Charter says. So again, I think my position is clear. Yes, that space is controlled by the owner of the building. No, 4,261 square feet is not used for purposes of carrying on a business. And that's really my submission to you on the issue of the occupancy and the square footage. The other issue is the rate. And again, I appreciate the assessor's fairness in noting that the base rate of $8 is not supported by the comparables and that she would not be opposed to a reduction. Let me just speak to what the comparables are used for. Mr. McIntyre, to your question about the adjacent space in the subject building and what it is used for, it was used for a business called Lava Suntan. So it was a tanning salon, which ultimately failed, but it was occupied. It was not simply storage. That's the business that was carried on there. The assessor's comparables, if I can assist, because I have looked to see what they are all used for. The 1042 Henderson Highway space, that is a bowling alley, Rossmere Lanes in the basement of the Rossmere Shopping Center. The space at 2025 Cordon, for many years, was a business known as Patricia's Ballroom. It was a dance studio as well as a what I'll call a banquet facility. 2795 Pembina is a premises used essentially as, I would call it a bar. It's the Obsidian Ultra Lounge. 1805 Portage is a bowling alley, St. James Lanes. 701 Regent is the Regent Park Banquet Hall. And then lastly is 166 Meadowwood, which I've spoken about already, which is the former Lava Suntan space. In my brief, I provided two comparables to you at page 3 of the text of my brief. The Lava Suntan space at $3.57 a square foot, adjacent in the subject building. I also provided basement space of 5,000 square feet in the Windsor Park Shopping Center, 648 Elizabeth Road, known as Windsor Park Bowling. And I provided the assessor's brief in my materials. That was Mike Taylor, November 14, 2019, the 2020 appeal. And I represented the owner on that. But what I provided is the rent roll showing the rent for that 5,000 square feet was $5.40 a square foot, but also the city's model rents for basement space of that type that showed model rent for that basement space would be $5.33 a square foot. So what I come down to in terms of the rate is the average of all the rates of the assessor comparables is $4.28 a square foot. What I propose to you at the end of the text of my brief is that the assessable area should be reduced to 1,000 square feet. I suggested that the rate should be $5 a square foot, which would bring you, and the base rate of $2.45. So $5,000 based on my $1,000 square feet rather, would be $5,000 base rent plus the $2,450, which would bring it to $7,450. If you are inclined to use the 5,261 square feet, then I would still use the same $5, which would bring us to $26,305, plus the base of $12,889, which would bring us to $39,194. So my final submission to you is that the assessment should not exceed $39,194 based on the full 5,261 at $5 a square foot plus costs of occupancy. And that, but my primary submission is 1,000 square feet at $5 a square foot plus $2.45, $7,450. Those are my submissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Martins, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Just if we could go back to the decision about the racket club. I'd just like a little clarification because the business that is occupying this premise is it's a property management company, and it's my understanding that this occupier would be carrying on business with the preponderant purpose of of creating a profit.
I agree.
Okay, now, are you suggesting that we then essentially determine that the space that is vacant within this unit is not carrying on business for the preponderant purpose of profit?
Yes.
Okay, now, can we go back to the legislation? Sorry, where did that go?
Page 2 and 3 of the text of my brief.
Thank you. Now, if we look at page 3.6, if we look at section 316.3, A, we see that putting in a property, like putting in a business, the city wouldn't be responsible for putting in a new business if the assessor finds it impractical to determine the annual rental value of the premise. So what I'm suggesting here is that dividing out vacant space in a premise that has no demising walls would be quite impractical. Would you agree?
Well, no, I don't agree. I think it's quite easy to do, and I think it's quite easy to see visually from the way the premises are actually being used.
Okay, now if we look at how the previous tenant used the space, they were using the space with as casual space. They easily put in art in there. They had a pool table in there, and they used that for casual use. So they were making full use of the space, not necessarily for their business. But let's say that they brought in someone for their business, having a lunch. As part of the lunch, they're playing pool. That would still be as used as part of their business. So it would be impractical to determine whether that space was being used as business space, or if that was being used as not for the preponderant purpose of creating a profit.
Two answers to that. One is what I'll call an occasional use for a business purpose would not make the preponderant use of the space one of earning a profit, but most practically, what happened with the prior tenant is irrelevant to the present tenant.
I'm just thinking potential uses.
Yes.
For example, if, let's say, imagining that the person who's working there also teaches yoga, so they've decided to teach yoga classes at noon to the rest of to tenants, and they use that space for yoga classes, and they charge $5, then they would be using that for profit. And since there's no demising walls, there's no way of determining which space is being used for what, because it is a single unit. And regardless of if that tenant is using just that desk, or if they're using the full space, they are occupying the full space because there's no barrier.
I agree with your hypothetical in concept that if somebody was teaching yoga in the space for profit, that would be accessible. But again, it's not what's happening.
Okay, now, when the tenant took out an occupancy permit, did they use the 1,000 feet for square footage, or did they use a larger space?
They tried to get an occupancy permit for 1,000 square feet. The city of Winnipeg refused to process a permit on that basis.
Okay. So their occupancy permit is for a larger space.
Not by their choice, but yes.
Okay. Would I be able to introduce my rebuttal now, or should I wait until after questions are done?
Let's wait till after questions are done, and then you can do that.
Okay. Then I think I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. McPherson, do you have any questions?
I do have a couple, thank you. And I don't know whether you'll be able to answer this, Mr. Newman, but do you know the reasons that the city refused the 1,000 square foot occupancy permit?
my advice and I spoke with the person who applied for it, who is the person who occupies the space, is that the response of the city was that because the space is not subdivided, they would not grant an occupancy permit for a lesser area.
I see. Thank you. And that's a policy that they have, I'm assuming?
I don't know the answer.
Right, right. Sorry, not fair to you. And your primary position on this is that it should be 1,000 square feet at $5, correct?
Yes.
But your secondary position is if it's the entire 5,261 square feet, it should still be at $5?
Well, and that, yes, that's what I articulated. Frankly, it's generous. It's high because, again, as the space gets bigger, you would think the rate would come down. And certainly an argument could be made for a lesser rate. And so, yes, that's what I articulated, frankly, because the math was simple for me. But absolutely, it could be a lower rate.
Yeah, I'm just wondering because the $5 at 1,000 square feet, I'm assuming that that's to reflect the office space versus bowling alleys and dance studios.
Yeah.
But you said, I guess, being on the high side, $5 overall for the space that's not occupied on it.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. McIntyre?
And I have no questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I understand then there's rebuttal evidence by Ms. Martins?
Yes, I would just like to submit the one item. It's the architectural plan. It's a single page. It just shows a map of the unit.
So sorry, Jennifer, you're not submitting all three of them?
No, just the architectural plan.
Okay. Be there for you, friend.
Yes, I have it, thank you.
And it should be just arriving in your SharePoint drive for the remote panel members.
Thank you.
Please let me know if you see it there.
I do not have it.
Yeah.
I do not have it yet. Just bear with me, please. Rebuttal item 2. Is that correct?
Yep.
I do have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So everyone has it?
Yes.
I just wanted to have a visual representation of what the unit actually looks like, and just to see that this would be very difficult to separate off, and that as regardless of whether or not the full area is being physically utilized by the property management company, it is being fully occupied by the property management company, which unlike the racket club, it is a business with the preponderant purpose of creating a profit. And they have decided to use a space that is quite large for their purposes and is difficult to demise. And as such, I feel that the full space is accessible for business assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Newman?
So this, I gather, comes out of city records and represents the processing of an application for the occupancy permit. Is that what this is?
Yes.
And in the upper left-hand corner, we can see the area certification by the architect of the space as being 4,880 square feet. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Mr. McPherson?
I have nothing, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McIntyre?
I have just one question. Jennifer, if you look at the top of the sketch, I assume that that's the way they access the premises?
Yes, I believe that is. I haven't actually been to the unit, so I'm not.
But it seems they're showing the doors swinging
Yes.
open on the sketch. If you go to the bottom of the sketch, same unit, just to the right of the common space, there's another access door.
It does appear that there would be, yes. But like I said, I haven't been to this unit, so I'm not.
Well, it begs the question, can it be subdivided?
Well, if I was the tenant there, that would be something that I could look at. I haven't inspected the unit, but also there is a smaller unit right there, the unit number 44, which we discussed, where Lava Suntan Studio was, which is currently vacant. If they wanted a smaller space, there's that one. I don't know whether or not unit 40 is vacant. So they do have options as to also unit 43. So there are a few units down there if they wanted other options for paying business assessment on smaller space. So it's obviously this unit is desirable for whatever reason there is. And it's their choice to not subdivide it. It's their choice to occupy the full space. And as such, they should be assessed for the full space for the business assessment.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question.
Thank you. I have a question here about the 4,880 square feet. So that was certified by the architecture. And how did the city arrive at 5261?
I'm not sure how the city arrived at 5261, and I'm not sure if it was only unit 45 or if unit 42 is included, or if this includes if other of the common. I can't speak to it. I'm not sure why the 56 was used instead of the 48.
Okay. So with the 52, you're saying you're not sure if unit 42 was included in the city's number?
I'm not sure why there is a disparity. But if you look at, sorry, just finding my other, it's harder when you have paper, when you don't have paper in front of you.
Yeah.
If you look at Mr. Newman's brief, he is not disputing the 5261, so I'm not sure if other units were included or how the calculation was made to 5261. And if you look further down in under balance of space on, I believe it's page 3 of Mr. Newman's brief, he has calculated 4,261 square feet as being the the vacant space that is not used for the property.
Okay, thank you.
Madam
All
Chair,
right. Yes.
I'm sorry. May I have a follow-up there?
Of course.
Thank you. Ms. Martins, you said you don't know where the 5261 came from. Do you have access to the rent roll and what was reported by the property management company or the building owner?
Just
Mr. McPherson, I can tell you that that is historically what has been reported on the questionnaires by ownership to the city, the annual questionnaires. They've actually, the total's been 5261. And to be complete, they split out 1,000 as being the management office and 4261 as being vacant, but 5261 is the total they have historically reported. And bluntly, that's where I got it from. I wasn't aware of this certification by the architect.
Right. Okay, I thank you. Thank you, Mr. Newman. Thank you, Ms. Martins, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Newman, did you have rebuttal evidence?
I don't have rebuttal evidence. I'll give you 15 seconds of final submission, which is you've got 3 issues now to decide. What's the occupied square footage? And I thought that was either 1,000 or 5261, but now maybe it's 4880 less 1,000. Secondly, you've got the question of the rate. And I think I've quite generously said not more than $5, and easily it could be less. So those are the decisions you have to make. Thank you.
Ms. Martins?
I think that the space should not be an issue. And I do agree that the current rate is aggressive, and I don't dispute $5 a square foot, but I think that going below $5 a square foot would be overcompensating in the other direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martins. Okay, that concludes item number 2 on our agenda. Thank you very much.
Nice seeing everyone.
Nice to see you too.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mark.
Kara, can we just,
Take a short recess?
yeah,
Okay. Yes, we can. Just one moment.
are the others joining us by Zoom?
We're still streaming, Madam Chair. Just
Okay.
a moment.
Good morning. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. We are now going to hear item 3 on our docket, 870 La Jamodier. This is a business assessment appeal. And Ms. Balshaw, can you please affirm the participants?
Yes. Mr. Assessor, for the record, can you please state your name?
Eric Frolick.
Thank you. And do you affirm the evidence you'll present today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
That is correct.
Thank you. And we'll start with Mr. Mercury. For the record, can you please state your name? After you unmute yourself. There we go.
James Mercury.
Perfect. And do you affirm the evidence you'll present today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Bailey, for the record, can you please state your name?
Robert Bailey.
And do you affirm the evidence you will present today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Froelich, you can start us off, please.
Excellent. The file number is 21467. And this is a business assessment brief for Maple Leaf Foods located on 870 La Jamodier. Roll number is 2761. Turning over the page, this is, I provided a short history of when this hearing was scheduled to be done. First 2 hearings were supposed to be on February 31st and 16th. Then they got moved to the March 14th and 25th, and now subsequently May 3rd and April 22nd. All the panel members who were part of the realty hearing on April 22nd were the same members here today. So, which is why some of this information is just a quick review, because I didn't know who the panel members were. And so I wanted to make sure that there was a quick history. I'll quickly go over the decisions that had taken place from those hearings. So the first file for the realty that was effective January 1st, 2021 was on 870 Lachimote. The square footage that we had in the system at the time was 384,078, using a rent of $4.12. The value that came up with was $19,327,000, and due to an issue of non-compliance, that this property was this property was confirmed at $19,327,000. The second supplemental assessment was November 2nd, 2021, for file number 21465. The square footage area had increased significantly due to the fact that there was major expansions with regards to their baking processing plant. And subsequently, the value for that here, the area for that hearing is $462,634. We had used a rent of $4.83 to be mindful of all the changes and the updates and improvements that have happened with the new addition to the building. Using a 7.25% cap rate, the value that was confirmed was at $27,498. The last matter that was taking place was with regards to the 2022 appeal. Because the penalty had taken place, what happened is the penalty was rewarded to the assessment department for 2021, but for 2022, the value had changed. The market value for using the same parameters that we had used for the supplemental on November 2nd of 2021, the new value would change from $27,498 to $23,764,000. This was based on a mutually agreed upon square foot area of 445,855, using a market rent of $4.50 and a cap rate of 7.5%. And you can see the workup on the following page. So unfortunately, I haven't measured this or numbered it, so I do apologize. But I'm now looking at the BA brief on this page here, so everyone can get a handle that we're all on the same page.
Yep.
So usually for BA briefs, they're very simple documents, and this is relatively simple in terms of just providing some of the more background information that had taken place from the hearing 10 days ago. So file number is 21467, BA brief on 2761. What we have here for originally the area that we had here that we had used was 2,366,580, using a total premise area of 384,078. The overall ARV is $6.51, which is a combination of the occupancy tax and the occupancy costs and the original base rent. So based on conversations that were that had taken place on Friday afternoon with Robert and James, we had agreed upon using an area of 363,466. The original rent that we had used is $4.12 for this property, and we're maintaining that rent that we had used for the start of 2021. Even though in 2022 and moving forward, and they do have access and usage of the entire 445,000 square feet, due to COVID, due to the lack of inspection, due to some outstanding permits, we're not able to confirm the full square footage area for this property. So they may be occupying 445,000 square feet, but we don't know as of yet. So that's why the premise area is 363,466. The property is owner occupied. What I've done here is I've just provided a sampling of rents that are similar to the rents that were given during the realty hearings. We got a range of rents ranging from $4.22 to $8.52. And overall, what needs to be discussed here and what I've done here in terms of occupancy costs, and I'm getting ahead of myself here and I do apologize. There's a difference with regards to the areas being used by the applicant, and the same debate took place in the 2016 business assessment appeal. So our train of thought with regards to the areas used by Robert, we're saying that the heat and the water have to match, because the fact is without heat in the building, the water pipes will freeze. So these are the numbers. So even though the applicant and I disagree with the occupancy costs being used, we feel at minimum those two areas have to be the same. There's no issues with regards to electricity at the 363, 466, and the air conditioning number is the number that was been provided to us by the applicant. Similar to what I was presented 10 days ago, I've provided some rent comparables of large buildings, and I've provided some rent comparables on newer warehouse spaces. And what we're being mindful of when we're looking at the overall rental rate for this property, even though it's, I think, at $4.12, it's what we have here. But the point is there's a significant portion of the new building, which is, like I had stated, 40% of the new building has been built after 2008. So in terms of the rental rate that we're being used here, you know, our $4.12 is very, very generous compared to some of the rent comparables of the newer warehouse spaces. Bearing in mind that these are much smaller in size, but just overall in terms of efficiency of the building structure, the new technologies taking place, which is why I feel the $4.12 is quite fair. Some of the other information that I have here is similar to what was in my rebuttal brief. And it's just an overview with regards to the consistency that we have here. And so what I'm looking at right now with regards to 770 Pandora, it's one of the challenges why we wouldn't use the gross rent at 770 Pandora is because of the fact that inconsistent information. So it's hard to net out a rent when you don't have all the rent information available to you. So what we have here is, because this is it's not a true net lease, and the only expenses that are being recovered, okay, I'm sorry about this. Let me go back here. So I got this page here with the permit. So look at my brief here, and you know what, maybe I'll help us out here. Does everyone have that page?
No, sorry, what page are you on?
You know what, I'm gonna write them down, starting with the cover page. It's on the permit. Just go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12, 13. It would be on page 14 of my document. So if you want to cut it through, it's the one. It's the only one that has a permit on it, and it's dated on the top left-hand side, April 11th, 2022.
Page 14 of the PDF.
So what I was referenced to is I'm referencing the next page, the income and expense mailer. And so one of the challenges that we have as a department, sometimes it's hard to actually get the net rent for a building if we don't have good information. So if you look at the rental income is marked down at 739,880, but the only administrative recoveries being noticed here is 24,313. However, there's no utilities maintenance recoveries or no property tax recoveries. So it's hard for us to net out a rent if we don't have the good data to net out the rent, which is why we didn't use this as a comparable on our document. And as you can see on the next page, so that'd be page 15 or 15, 16, you know, none of these are really net rents. And you know, being respectful of time, you know, almost all my other information is a repeat from what we saw 10 days ago. So that concludes my final presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Froelich. Mr. Mercury, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Just bear with me for one moment here. So just to clarify, Mr. Froelich, the square footage was originally came in at a higher number. You've reduced that to align with Mr. Bailey's square footage at 363,466 square feet.
That's correct.
All right. If we could just look at the rent comparables that you've included, just pull them up here. Sorry, I'll just find the page. I've lost my page.
Page 11 of the electronic report.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Now, appreciating that some time was spent in the last hearing, the realty hearing. I want to be clear, though, so we're all on the same page, that during the realty hearing, that where extensive evidence was provided, that was for the 2022 taxation year, and that included in the rent comparable discussion, the subject property, if you will, consisted of over 80,000 square feet of brand new space that had been added onto the facility, correct?
No, that's incorrect, because the start of January 1st, 2021, and if we reference my brief.
I'm talking about 2022, Mr. Froelich, the 2022.
But we're using the rent of $4.12 for 2021 for both years, Mr. Mercury.
Yes, Mr. Froelich, the rents that you used in your 2022 brief, the comparable rents,
which is the same ones that I used in my 2021 brief.
And which are the same, well, not all of them, but you've included 5 of them in this brief for business assessment, correct? They're all, these are not, none of these are new rents. They're essentially came from your.
Exactly.
Right, so that was the point. So you produced a number of rents for your 2022 brief. That's really the only case that we argued, correct? For realty.
We presented all 3 briefs on the hearing 2 weeks ago or 10 days ago.
No, we actually argued 2022 only. You recall that?
The second supplemental was on November 2nd, right. 2021, okay. Mr. Mercury.
I understand.
There are 3 file numbers, Mr. Mercury.
Okay, let's not try to confuse things. You're correct that in late 2021, we did pick up the newer square footage. 2021 and 2022 essentially is what we were debating essentially in the realty hearing, correct?
Yes.
And that included over 80,000 square feet of brand new space, correct?
Which is right? I think, Mr. Mercury, you're trying to confuse the issue here, because the rental rate that you're using for 2022 is significantly higher than the rental rate we're using for the business assessment appeal of $4.12. So,
Madam Chair, it was a simple question that I'm asking. So, Mr. Froelich's trying to anticipate where I'm going with this. The simple question was the rental rates that you presented for late 2021 and throughout 2022 were the same as what you are using for the 2021 business assessment, which is 80,000 square feet less space and did not include the brand new addition. Are we on the same page there?
No, no, because if I need to reference my realty brief, I have 2 sets of comparables. So if we need to go over the realty brief, no, Mr. Mercury, you brought this up, so let me finish it, please.
Well, I'm looking at your brief right now. So for 1345 Redwood, you included that as part of one of your comparables, correct?
That is correct.
1750 Inkster, you included that as one of your comparables, correct?
That is correct.
350 Debates was second from the bottom of your realty brief. That's one of your comparables, correct?
That's correct.
1370 Stoney, also one of your comparables, correct? Realty?
I had 11 rental comparables that I'd used in my realty presentation. So
Yes,
these are a handful of them.
Yeah, so am I correct that 1370 Sony was in your realty presentation?
I'm not denying that, but the fact that there were 11 comparable rents.
198 Dawson Road was also in your realty brief as well, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I think we're on the same page that these 5 rents have all been extracted from your 2021 and 2022 realty brief. There's no new rents. You haven't adjusted those rates in any way, shape, or form, notwithstanding the fact that we have an entirely different premise, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, looking at, you spoke briefly of in your evidence earlier that the new build, the 40% of the building was constructed after, I think you said 2008, am I correct?
That was based on my findings, yes.
And does that include the new addition?
No, it does not.
All right, so.
But what does happen taking place here is that even though we've been generous with regards to the area that we're using for the 2021 and 2022 business assessment, they're probably utilizing that right now, but without the benefits of an inspection, we won't be able to know when we could do that.
Okay, so you say that you're being generous, Mr. Fulop, but the fact is you haven't produced any evidence whatsoever in support of your square footage that you returned on the assessment, have you?
This was based on the follow-up conversations when we added the property onto the roll.
All right. Have you, with respect to the property at all of these properties, in fact, the 5 of them, the rent comparables, Mr. Fulop, are they comparable in terms of the layout to the subject property?
No.
They're not.
No, they're not. No.
Okay. How are they different?
They are different because, as this was addressed last time, the subject property is more like a U-shape. It's more of a site-specific for the property, as opposed to my comparables.
Okay, and these comparables would be more traditional square or rectangular buildings for the most part?
But like I had addressed in your questioning 10 days ago, that there's been many permits and area expansions during recent years. And if this property wanted to go onto the marketplace for whatever reason, the flexibility of making it into a more traditional warehouse is possible.
Okay, and is that possible without expense?
Everything has an expense, Mr. Mercury.
And you would agree that the cost to convert that premise to a square or rectangular would be astronomical, would you agree?
Just like the change of rents have changed as well in market valuation in the city of Winnipeg.
No, that wasn't responsive to the question, Mr. Fulop. Do you have any suggestion as to what the cost would be to convert this U-shaped building into a square or rectangle? Are you suggesting that's feasible?
Well, we know that the cost of the permits for the expansion was over $20 million. That was seen in my realty brief on page 37. Yeah, the cost of expansion of new permits that Maple Leaf had spent since July 3rd of 2019 was $21,576,000.
That wasn't responsive to the question, Mr. Fulop. Are you suggesting that the cost to convert this to a square or a rectangle is feasible or economical?
Well, the expansion that had taken place recently with the bacon plant actually made the base of the U a bit smaller.
Okay.
So I think it is possible.
Did it turn it into a more traditional warehouse space? Is that what you're suggesting, Mr. Fulop?
I'm saying anything's possible, Mr. Mercury.
Okay, very well. All of your comparables are significantly smaller than the subject property, correct?
That is correct.
Did you actually have a chance to look at for the business assessments of the comparable properties and how what rent you've actually attributed to these properties?
Well, usually business assessments are a follow through from the Board of Revision. So sometimes there are decisions that we don't agree with at the Board of Revision level, but we just follow through with what was decided upon the realty. So not in all circumstances is, business assessment rental rates used indicative of market value from our opinion.
Right? Did you actually investigate whether these?
Well, this was provided to me yesterday after I had gone home, so I did not have the opportunity to investigate these.
So just let me finish the question before you answer, Mr. Froelich, if you may, please. Did you investigate whether, in fact, these 5 properties were subject to appeal to the Board of Revision for this current cycle? Or were they simply returned as assessed? Or what's being reported publicly is what the assessment department...
I cannot answer that question because I do not know.
Okay. So in fairness, Mr. Froelich, then in response to your follow-up to your earlier suggestion that you're just following Board of Revision orders, you don't know that, do you? You don't know that there's any Board of Revision orders?
What I do know is that at the hearing last week, you had quoted 1345 Redwood using 8% cap rate, and the order stated 7.25% cap rate. So I know that for a fact.
That's not responsive to the question, Mr. Froelich. So
yeah, but it's a representation of questioning that or information that's been presented at the hearing.
So I'll repeat the question. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Froelich, you do not know whether any of these comparables were subject to Board of Revision appeals, do you?
I said I do not recall, so I did answer your question.
So to summarize and follow that up, you actually didn't investigate at all. And just to clarify, I'm not sure I heard your answer on this. Did you have a chance to look at what the assessed value is for these various properties for business assessment?
No, I did not. Because when I answered the question beforehand, I received rebuttal information from you after I'd gone home last night. Okay, and Mr. Bailey will be dealing with this, but in fairness, I wanted to give you the opportunity to address it. Are you aware that 1750 Inkster is assessed for business assessment purposes at $4.12? I do not know. And similar for 350 Debates. That's you're reporting $7.50. It's actually returned at $6.30 by the assessment department. Just one sec here. I'm going to. Yeah, the debates rent was not appealed in 2020. Okay, and are you disputing the $6.30 rate that the assessment department used? If that's what the rent that is used, and if they're paying $7.50, the tenant got a good deal. And 198 Dawson, you're reporting this at $8.52. We discussed this at length previously, but you're aware that this is a cold storage facility. 85%. Yes, and that was the information provided us on the income and expense mailer that was confirmed when I spoke with Teresa Gutierrez when I did my follow-up work. All right, and are you suggesting that the Maple Leaf plant is a comparable cold storage facility? Is that what you're suggesting? I'm saying that the rent paid by Dawson is significantly higher than the rent used that we have for the subject property. And are you aware that this property on Dawson Road is reported at $5? Speaking to Robert's most recent brief. No, Robert and I had some conversation about areas last week prior to the hearing. So Robert and I spoke, I think, on Wednesday, maybe, and then we brought you into the conversation on Friday. Okay. So you're not able to provide any detail at all regarding the 285, 587. Well, I will shortly, but not at this time. All right. And so you are matching, as I heard your evidence, you're matching the heat to the water. Yeah. Because your position is that without
without heat, the pipes would freeze, therefore the areas must match up exactly. Is that your evidence?
And that was concluded at the 2016 business assessment hearing that had taken place on this property.
Well, okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, I have nothing to add.
All right, so, but just, I can't speak to the 2016 hearing, but the areas where the pipes are located would not necessarily comprise the entire square footage of the building area. Correct?
No, but we're using
water pipes.
We're using 285,000 square feet, and what we have for the area is 363,000 square feet. So that's a significant difference.
No, but your justification is you matched up the heat to the water because you said without heat the pipes would freeze, therefore they must match exactly. That's what you had explained.
Well, I know if I don't have heat in my cottage in the wintertime, my water pipes will freeze. So there has to be some sort of heating to keep the water flowing and working within the confines of the building.
Okay, we'll let Mr. Bailey address his calculations on heat and the difference between heat and water. But you are aware generally that the substantial portions of the subject area are not, in fact, they're unheated space, they're freezer cooler space that is not heated. You're aware of that?
I'm just using common sense.
All right.
From my perspective. So
the air conditioning.
I haven't inspected it. I don't,
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. The air conditioning, Mr. Froelich, you have the area of 247,553 square feet. You've applied an air conditioning rate to that area?
Yes.
How do you arrive at that number, 247,553 square feet? That is a significant portion of the building that you are suggesting is air conditioned. Can you provide any explanation for how you arrive at that?
Yeah, what I did is in Robert's brief, he has the air conditioning listed at 51,494, and he has a refrigeration process of 196,059. And so I added those two areas up.
So you're suggesting that the refrigeration process, you're aware that the term refrigeration, that is used for the manufacturing process in accordance with Canadian Food Inspection Agency regulations. You're aware of that?
Which is adjustable, where you're able to have care and control over the temperature being used in the for the building. So
just to summarize then, you are saying that processing chillers, which can take the temperature down to as low as minus 25 degrees Celsius to blast freeze this meat product, is treated the same as traditional building air conditioning for the use and comfort and enjoyment of.
Well, you could have it you have a variety of settings that you could use. What I just sent you is I sent you the documentation that Robert had provided to me last week with regards to the areas. And so to me, you have the flexibility to determine what sort of temperature that it's at. So you could have it at minus 40, or you could have it at plus 15. That's still equivalent to a cooling function, which is what air conditioning does.
But is that the designated purpose of this machinery and equipment? Is it for air conditioning, or is it for the manufacturing process? What is the primary purpose of that equipment?
The end goal is the same. It's to provide a cool environment for.
Well, what purpose?
They have so air conditioning is used for employees to keep them comfortable, to be productive, right?
Okay, so I just want to be fair to you, Mr. Froelich. The City of Winnipeg Charter, which you're familiar with, Section 318 sub 2, speaks of taking into account the cost of providing heat and other services necessary for the comfortable use or occupancy of the premises. Are you suggesting that this equipment was placed into the Maple Leaf plant for people's comfort?
Well, it's used for the manufacturing process, but it does the functions the same.
So returning to the Dawson Road comparable that you have, which is a cold storage facility, are you aware that in fact only a small portion of that building is assessed for air conditioning?
I didn't take the Dawson Road property on appeal, so I'm not aware of it. I'm not aware of the areas or anything.
You're not aware of the areas, and in fairness, it was provided in Mr. Bailey's material. You can speak to it, but I wanted to ask whether you're aware of the fact that this cold storage facility is not treated.
Documents, usually BA briefs are provided the day of the hearing. I had received many versions of the hearings yesterday, and in fairness, to go through a 245-page brief within a working day that had changed numerous occasions, I did not have the opportunity to review Mr. Bailey's brief.
In fairness, Mr. Phillip, this is your comparable.
But you're asking a question about the BA, and and so this was I'm just looking at the market rent, and that's what I used it for.
Okay, so on that point, just a final point of clarification. And you say you only look at the market rent. Are you suggesting that you ignore Section 318 sub 3 of the charter, which speaks of equity in terms of equity?
I am mindful of equity, but we're only dealing with the property at 870 Lachimodia right now. We're not, if it regards to equity, we're not. The 198 Dawson Road property is not on the docket today.
So you're suggesting that you don't at all in your
I haven't had the opportunity to review the other comparables that you've referenced in your brief.
All right, fair enough. You haven't looked at it. Those are my questions for you, Mr. Froelich. One last question I have, if I may, and you may, deals with the, just bear with me for one moment, on one of your comparables at, sorry, 1370 Sony.
Yes.
You're reporting it at 422, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
In an earlier brief that you had filed, you're reporting that rent at $4.01. And that is actually noted on the document that you had forwarded this morning. It was your 2016 VA brief.
Yeah.
Are you able to explain the difference?
Well, Mr. Mercury, I'm sure you're aware of the importance of income and expense mailers. So for the 2016 assessment period, the reference date would have been April 1st, 2014, and we would have used the 2013 mailer for that. For the 2020 appeal, the reference date is April 1st, 2018, and we've used the 2017 mailer. So there's probably a step-up lease would attribute to the difference, because even moving forward, that place for Sony rent has even gone up even more so since the last appeal cycle.
But you're referencing the exact same lease start date of August of 2008. So why would there be a difference?
I'm sure you're familiar with the term step-up lease.
Yes, I am. But would you not reference the step-up date then?
Well, I'm referencing the 2016 docket that we had presented on in March, and then I've also presented income and expense mailer information for the 2021 appeal. So that's why there's a difference. I'm actually shocked you'd ask that question.
You're shocked. Mr. Froelich, you're reporting this at least start date of August 1, 2008 at $4.01 in 2016. In 2020, you're reporting a lease start date of August 1, 2008 at $4.22. And you're shocked I'm asking about the inconsistency.
Well, because of the fact that there's step-up leases, so we had used the rent at the time. So it's a 10-year lease, Mr. Mercury.
Okay. In the material you provided this morning, Mr. Froelich, you have more recent leases in 2016 that you've ignored. for this hearing, including leases at 1400 Saskatchewan, 10 Hutchings, and other properties. Why have you not reported those to the board?
There's only so much time to prepare briefs, and I felt this was comparable to the briefs that I had used for other properties.
So a property at Saskatchewan at 103,997 square feet at 408 is less relevant than a property on Debates, which is 60,000 square feet. Is that what you're suggesting?
What I'm suggesting is that the year of the Saskatchewan property is a lot older than the property that was used on Debates. And you got to be reflective of the changes of the quality of finish that had taken place for 2008.
Mr. Froelich, you're reporting a lease, 350 Debates, at November 1, 2005, correct?
It's a 15-year lease without enough step ups.
You're saying that's more recent than a 2012 lease for a larger area on Saskatchewan?
What I'm saying though is this was a connection from the realty briefs where I presented. So when I presented the 350 Debates, that was a reflection of properties that are newer built. The Saskatchewan property that you're talking about, I think it's much older than the overall effective age of the subject property.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Froelich. I'll deal with that in submission, but those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mercury. Mr. Bailey, do you have any additional questions?
I guess I just have a couple questions. Staying on the topic of the 350 Debates property, you are aware that, Mr. Froelich, that this building was a build to suit for that tenant, and as a result, they were required to take a longer term lease on the property to pay off the actual cost to build the lease?
Well, that does occur sometimes, yes.
And you are aware that that is not normally considered a market rent?
Yeah, well, it's a gray area, just like in terms of, there are a lot of things to consider in that. So it's one consideration, but I have other rents. I'm not using a rent of $7.50. I'm using a rent of $4.12.
Well, again, but in your brief, you haven't presented that at all. You're presenting a rent of $7.50 to support your view of what the rent should be on 870 La Jamodier.
I have a range of rents that have taken place here that I've extracted, and
right.
I think I've answered that question, Madam Chairperson.
Could you rephrase the question, Mr. Bailey?
I just wanted to draw or find out Mr. Froelich's view on whether this rent was truly an indication of market value, given that it was it's quite dated, and that it was a build to suit for the tenant, wherein typically on a build to suit, the cost of building is recovered over the lease term and doesn't bear any real resemblance to what the property would bring on the open market. So I was just asking Mr. Froelich to confirm or disagree with that comment.
Mr. Froelich?
It's one market rent that I have as comparables for evidence today, and we're not using a $7.50 rent with the built to suit parameters of this. We're using a $4.12 rent. That's all I have to add.
Thank you, Mr. Froelich.
Okay, and I have another question, and it has to do with the lease for 1750 Inkster. You've recorded the lease as having a start date of 2014. You are aware that the original 2014 lease was a 4-year lease for 60,000 square feet, yet you're recording 134,000 square feet.
Because there was a step up lease that ended up taking place later on for that property where they ended up using a larger square foot area.
Well, I would submit to you that that the area you're using and the rate you're using come from a step up that happened post reference date.
Yeah, so so when I provided my information for comparable 10 in my realty brief, what it had stated in the mailer, which is not post reference, it says, and in fairness, I can't provide every piece of documentation, but what I've come across, and I am under oath here, applicant shows a rent of $3.35 with an inflation factor of 351. Actual lease, not including the free rent, is $525, but for a smaller space. There was no lease in place of 196,000 square feet that you had provided to us on our document in 2014. And the area that was with the same tenant was 182,137. So it's, I don't know what else to say. I could look it up right now and
right, and I believe you put that information in your realty rebuttal report, and I've also included it in my report so I can speak to it when we deal with my report. But it does confirm that the information you've got regarding this appears to be from late 2018 or post-reference period. And it bears no resemblance to the lease in 2014.
Mr. Bailey, do you have a question there?
No, I think I was just trying to clarify my position on that. I'd asked him whether, in fact, that was an 11-year lease in 2014 and whether it did consist of 134,000 square feet. And I believe he confirmed that he didn't believe so.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any further questions, Mr. Bailey?
actually, but I am looking at, and I have it in front of me here right now, and there's a lot of different screens here. And, I have RS Distribution, lease signed November 1st, 2014 to January 31st, 2026, where they remeasured the lease and they had $5.25, right plain as day in front of me here right now. So I could send it to you guys if you wish, but it's a reference date. Yeah, because it is from the 2018 mailer. I agree completely. But the lease that had taken place that we have here is January 1st, 2018. So with that being said, just bear with me for a sec here. I'm just setting it.
Mr. Merrick, is this in your presentation?
No, but it's a question with regards to the information that I'm using that's post-reference, and it's clearly not post-reference because I had quoted it for a reason. I had talked about it, and so I've called this area 2, but it clearly shows there's different information here. There's a remeasurement of areas and everything like that. But I'm showing $5.25 a square foot on 134,664.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bailey, do you have any further questions?
No more questions, thank you.
Okay. Mr. McPherson, do you have any questions?
Just a clarification to start with. This is for 2021. This is for the entire year, is that correct?
That's yeah. So the assessment for 2021 and the business assessment for 2022 are exactly the same. There's no changes. So we're using the $4.12 rent, and we're using the area of the 363,466 just due to the building's been built and without access, you know, and there are some occupancy permits outstanding, so we don't know if that building's being fully utilized right now.
So the addition is not included in this?
No, the addition's not included, so which is why we're using the original rent of the $4.12.
Okay, thank you. And this is a question that, and I don't want to be putting you on the spot, Mr. Froelich, but would you not agree that the age of rent comparables is something that's significant?
Oh, for sure, but that's why. So when I presented the information here right now, like the comparables that I'm using, a lot of them are well, I had done this brief initially. Just bear with me here for a sec here. Let me reference that brief. So what I had done here is that the Redwood's an older building, Inkster's an older building, Debates is brand new, is newer, and Sony Place has gone through some renovations, and the Dawson Road one. So these are all, you know, I'm not like the realty hearing when we dealt with the new square footages, where I brought a selection of properties that were built within the past 20 years, because in that and for that appeal or for that discussion, we are utilizing an area of 445,000 square feet. So I want to be mindful of why our rent had moved from $4.12 to $4.81.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot here, but do you know why the ages of comparables is not shown on business assessment briefs? Would that not be something that?
Yeah,
a simple yes or no.
Yeah, I do not know.
Okay, thank you. And just on this areas of occupancy costs, the areas that have no heat or water.
Yep.
Now, your contention was that there has to be heat because of pipes for water, etc. Now, definition of heat by the department, do they treat it the same, whether it's radiant heat or space heaters or forced air, just any source of heat?
I think any source of heat is my understanding.
Okay, so I'm thinking of things like service garages where they don't have air conditioning, but they would have heat in the service areas.
Yeah, they would have
heaters.
Yeah, exactly, or overhead heaters. You know what I mean? Sometimes garages have in-floor heating.
Right, in-floor heating, I understand, but the space heaters, that's something that is accessible for business assessment.
I would say so, because you know people can't work in temperatures that are minus 10 degrees.
Yeah.
Especially with automotive equipment and spanners and wrenches.
Right. Okay, I thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. McPherson. Mr. McIntyre, do you have any questions?
I just have one of clarification, I guess. So on your brief, Mr. Froelich, you reference file number 21-467 only?
Yeah, because I also have to put another brief for 2022 for the board of revision purposes. So the 2022, I've also provided the board of revision a 2022 brief. So the values are the same. It's 467 and 468. But this is the one that you're looking at here is 467. And then the 2022 is 468, but the information is exactly the same.
Sorry.
Okay, and just to clarify, there's a recommendation on this brief?
Yes, there is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Froelich, I'm just going down that path. The recommendation, can you remind me, please, because we've covered a lot of ground and covered a lot of issues. The recommendation reflects what?
The change in premise, the change of in premise area. So if you look at my BA brief right here.
Yes.
Right. And so what ended up happening is that initially and this had matched the area that we used for the 2021 first value, which was 384,078.
Okay.
And so we're agreeing to the value that the applicants used of the 363,466.
Okay, so the 363,466 at $4.12 for your base ARV per square foot, correct?
Yeah.
And then you have used the 363, 466 when you calculated your occupancy costs. You did not use 384 there.
No, the three,
Like you sort of used two different total numbers, right? The occupancy cost is already based on the 363, but your base ARV is based, like I'm looking at your premise area of 363.
for the
Okay,
electricity.
so no, I'm backing up here.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
backing up. Your total annual rental value at the very top is not reflective of the correct square footage, but your subject bid row in the middle there, that does reflect the correct square footage,
That's
the corrected square footage.
Yeah,
That's right?
correct. Yeah.
Okay, so two different numbers there. Okay,
Yeah, because that's the original value
Gotcha.
that we need to show you guys.
that's right. Okay, just making sure I'm understanding where those numbers are coming from. Okay, Mr. Mercury or Mr. Bailey, whoever would like to present.
I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Bailey to present his report.
Thank you.
Very good.
Mr. Bailey.
Yes, if we could start on, I guess it's your electronic page 7, which is at the summary of facts and conclusion page. There were really 3 issues that brought Maple Leaf
Stop you
to...
there for a second, Mr. Bailey.
Yeah, just give us a minute.
Which
Yeah.
We're catching up to you.
I gotta make sure I got the right brief here as well.
This is segment 1, page 7 of 88.
So if I might, just for some clarification for everybody, the way that these are labeled, there are 2 segments, as he's just indicated. So there is the first segment, which contains the first 88 pages of the brief, and then the second segment is the remaining pages. So we'll be looking primarily at the applicant brief 1 and applicant brief 2 throughout Mr. Bailey's presentation. Thank you. You're welcome.
Very good.
Sorry.
So on the actual paper copy, it will read as page 5. I just wanted to clarify a few things, and they were that Maple Leaf had 3 issues, which were the reason for their filing the appeal. The leasable building area, which we have now agreed on, the net rental rate, and the area serviced by utilities, and particularly heat and air conditioning. I know we've gone through a lot of the information about this property in the last hearing, but I wanted to stress a couple things. So for today, we're looking at a building that was built between 1964 and 2020, and it had a significantly older average age of 1982. And that in revaluing the property, I have come to an indicated business assessment of $1,763,520. Now, if we could just backtrack 1 page to the photographs, I wanted to draw your attention to the second page of the photographs, which is electronic document page 6, actual document page 4. And I've highlighted the actual building that existed at the time in yellow. There's one, no, this has all of the buildings that were as they were in 2021 and the beginning of 2022, but they do not show the ongoing construction that would have been taking place. Okay. So let me So again, we have the same issues that we had before of the fact that this is, from my understanding, this is the 5th largest single user industrial building in Winnipeg. It's certainly the most cut up of any of those large industrial buildings. Probably the closest two properties to the subject property in terms of size and configuration are 770 Pandora and 680 Mission. Those 680 Mission has undergone some renovation about 10 years ago now. We may as well, because we've gone through the other aspects of the building, why it's not an efficient building, and how it's both restrictive in terms of its use. It has excess maintenance costs because of its configuration, and it has excess operating costs, again, because of its configuration. But again, it is a unique property, and it is a very large property, and I wanted to again just briefly remind the board of that. If you would like to turn to page 9, well, the section market rental rates, if you go to that tab, I believe it starts at page 9 of my report. I don't think there's any need to go over this in any great detail. One of the things that I would like to cover, however, is during the last hearing for the realty, we were discussing 1 Warman Road, and the assessor, Mr. Frolick, brought to the board's attention that there was a post-reference date sale of 1 Warman Road, but he failed to mention that there were 2 post-reference sales of this property. The first one was at $11 million and $11,012,500, and it was based on an unsolicited offer from a marijuana company, who then resold the property in 2021 for $5,925,000, very close to the original 2015 sale price of $5,100,000. So I just wanted to bring that to the board's attention. Mr. Frolick, in my cross-examination, had a number of comments about the inconsistency of, or what he believed to be inconsistencies in the rents I presented. And again, a similar table of rents may be found at electronic page 13 or page 11 in the report. I have gone through every one of the leases. I have both looked at what the lease rates that the assessor has presented on these very same properties, as well as some of the income and expense information that the assessor presented on these properties. And I have adjusted the rents accordingly. And we can go through some of the more contentious ones in a little more detail. I have added 3 properties that probably should have been in my original brief, but for whatever reason got missed. So I've come to slightly different median rents, slightly different overall median size of the buildings, but I have tried to correct it in every way. There is one error that I have noticed on this page, and that is for in the summary pages at for comparable number 13, 1750 Inkster Boulevard. The November 14th lease was for 4 years, not 5 years, and should be corrected in your brief. And possibly that's one of the properties that has come up, since it's the only comparable that of the assessors that I believe to be similar to the subject property. So if you can go to segment 2 of my report at tab number 19, if you have your tabs open, which will be page 24 of 134 in this brief.
Wait for me for a sec because I need to find it. So page 24. So tab 8, you said?
No, tab 19.
Tab 19, okay.
And if we start at the first page.
Tab 12. Is it before or after the, I think it's just 19, okay, just tab 14, 17, thank you. Because I was looking at the cap rate stuff from Colliers. And tab 19, thank you, sorry.
Okay. So again, if we can look at this building underwent a complete renovation in 2014, wherein they removed the existing office, they resurfaced the entire outside of the building, and they completely redid the inside of the building with new services and new office space to suit the tenants as they moved in. And again, we have the second page, which is page 25. We see that the assessor previously reported this lease as occurring in November 1st, 2014, as a 4-year lease of 102,339 square feet at a rental rate of $312. And as it turned out, that wasn't quite true either. But if we go to page 27 of your electronic brief, we can go through that actual lease. And for November 1st, 2014, which was the lease commencement, the lease consisted of 60,984 square feet, and it was leased at $525 a square foot. But as part of the lease, there was 4 months of free rent, which we have to adjust for. In 2015, this lease was amended to include an extra 40,000 square feet. I apologize for my other phone ringing. I don't know how to turn the voice off on that. So a year later, they took an extra 40,000 square feet, but this time they were given 12 months of free rent. So when we net out those 16 months of free rent, we come to an average effective rent of $348. And as Mr. Frolick had mentioned, this unit was remeasured, and the current measurements on what was leased is a total of 101 square feet, 101,640 square feet. Now, the lease was extended in October of 2018 to come up with the full 134,000 square feet, but that was after the original lease had expired. So it did not form any part of this lease. So that was a release in late 2018 that was in Mr. Frolick's report. And the correct lease rate for for the original lease with the 2015 lease extension would be $348 per square foot. So I wanted to draw the board's attention to that. There have been a number of corrections to the other rents that I've utilized as well. And again, if you wish to take the time to go through, you'll see all the documentation in support of that. If you do go to page 28, still dealing with 1750 Inkster Boulevard, that is the owner's statement as to the leases and the lease rates at the various time periods. And as you can see, 2/3 of the way down, we see the final lease at a higher rate, $550 a square foot for the 134,000 square feet. But that happened in actually, the lease commencement was November 1st, 2018. And I don't have the details of any free rents or any tenant inducements that may have been included in that lease. So if we go back to I segment 1 at page 13 of my electronic document, again, I've also expanded my columns to include where leases were gross leases. I've expanded it to include what the gross rate was and what the deductions for non-recoverable expenses were. And again, I've obtained these mainly from other appraisers and in some cases from the rent mailers and in some cases from the brokers who were involved with these deals. And again, I've included, even though 770 Pandora is a gross lease and coming to the rent is not always as simple, because it's probably the most comparable property to the subject property. I've included it in my 21 leases. Now, again, I've done the same, gone through the same procedure with my various rentals. And if we go to Addenda tab 8, which is in the original segment of the report at page 54. Again, you'll see a similar layout to what I presented for the realty report, wherein I've gone through adjustments for time, building size, and building age. And again, this time, I'm not reflecting the 445,000 square feet with a much newer age, but instead, I'm reflecting 363,466 square feet with an average age of 1982, an average height of 21.6 feet. And unfortunately, the copy of tab 8 included in my report had not had the enough iterations of the calculation done to produce a reliable finding. So I did, I believe last night you received an amended tab 8. And if we could turn to that instead, that would be helpful.
Sorry, that was not distributed as it was received late.
Okay, possibly we could. It's not significantly different than what you're going to find at tab 8 of my report, but it is corrected and the rent did go up a little bit. All of my calculations within the report are based on the corrected. I don't know how the old tab 8 got included in my report. But it will show you how I arrive at what I believe to be the market rent for the subject property for 2001, 2002 business cycle of $3.07.
Sorry, Mr. Bailey, if I just may interject here on a process question. What was submitted yesterday afternoon was just a corrected page, essentially, to the rebuttal brief that was submitted earlier. Keeping in mind, we only received the assessor's brief yesterday morning. So we're just, a corrected page to Mr. Bailey's brief. I don't know if there's any objection to distributing it, but I do appreciate it was a late correction, but it's not uncommon for these corrections to be made. So I just wanted to address it for the chair because I don't think the chair had an opportunity to consider that.
Well, just like I never received your brief until yesterday morning as well, Mr. Mercury. So we're both.
Is this just simply a correction to existing information?
It's a correction to existing information, and
like it's not new methodologies or anything
no,
like
it's
that?
exact same methodology. There was just in the version that somehow made it into the report, enough iterations of the mathematics in the spreadsheet had not been done to come to the final answer. And I'm not sure, all of my calculations and all of my information within the brief is based on this corrected page. And I'm not sure how I managed to put an incorrect tab in the brief. So just to avoid confusion, I thought it would
Mr. Froelich, do you have any objections to us seeing a correction to a page? I can't hear you.
As long as I can find it. Based on everything that was sent.
Kara, can you send it?
You received a copy of it yesterday, okay. Mr. Froelich.
Yeah.
Well,
we'll ask Ms. Balshaw to send it.
Okay.
The rent increases. It's an increase in rent, so it's no. It's a benefit to the assessor to see it. So,
but the rent haven't changed. So.
No, it's the same rent.
Corrected page. I don't understand the relevance if your rent's not changing your overall value, right?
Ms. Balshaw, will you just let us know when to look for it?
Yes, I've just dropped it in your drive now. Mr. McIntyre has it here, and as indicated, Mr. Froelich was sent this corrected page yesterday afternoon as well. Do you need me to email it back to you, Merrick, or?
You know what, let me just, if you can, that'd be awesome.
Sure.
I have so many.
I could try finding it, just give me 1 sec here. Okay, I got tab 8 for BA, I may be able to find it, just wait.
What are we looking for? Oh, there it is, it's labeled a few seconds ago, okay.
Was it sent at 4:15 yesterday afternoon?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, I've got it. I've got so many tabs open now.
We all do.
Okay.
I've gone through the same process, except with 3 additional property rents. And I came to a median before any adjustments of $348. Once I time adjusted, my median rental rate was $364 per square foot. and through a size adjustment and an age adjustment, that brought my my rent applicable to the subject property down to $3.07. If we could just possibly, I don't believe in the original hearing, we had a look at the second page of this, which is how I arrived at my time adjustment. And again, from the second page, you can see that I plotted all of the 21 sales and showed the increase or derived an increase based on the line or the formula that those sales provided to determine the monthly increase of 0.1143% per month over the time period 2010 to early 2018. The following page, I again plotted the time adjusted sales to see how the rental rates decreased with an increase in building size. Based on that and the formula derived, I was able to determine a size adjustment from the median to represent the subject's square foot area of 363,466, as our median is less than a third of the size of the subject property. And finally, on the last page of this, I again plotted the time adjusted sales based on age to determine how age would affect the subject property, given that the subject property had an average age of 1982 and the median of the 21 sales showed an average age of 74. I determined that an upward adjustment of 12.3% was required from the size adjusted sale. And that's how I had arrived at my $3.07. So I just wanted to go through that because things have changed. I've used more sales, we're using a different square footage, and there were some questions about consistency in the rents. You will find in my report at tabs 19, or sorry, tabs 11 through 22, or you'll find the backup information where I have corrected my lease rates where they appeared to be inconsistent to what the assessor had. I've included some of the previous, in those sections, some of the previous reports of the rental rates for some of these comparable properties that the assessor has used at previous hearings as well, to back up how I got to the rental rates. On page on page 13 of my my report. So that's segment 1, page 13 of 88. And again, so that's exactly how I arrived.
Robert, what tab was that?
That's in the segment 1 of the report.
Okay.
And it's just the backup of how I arrived at the unadjusted rents, well, or adjusted for non-recoverables or free rent. So how I came to the initial median rent that I started from of $348. So if we move on to page 14, electronic page 14 in my brief, I deal with some of the operating costs.
Excuse me, Mr. Bailey. Ms. Balshaw, I'm getting a lot of, I don't know, crunkling noises when Mr. Bailey talks. Is that something we can correct?
That's on his end. I'm not, we can't
Okay.
correct anything.
Okay.
I apologize. I'm not sure what I can do to adjust that. I could, do you want me to try a different speaker? Or are you fine with?
Well, sometimes it's quite clear and other times it's not. So, let's just carry on. And if I need something repeated, we can just ask you to repeat it.
Very good.
Okay.
Okay, so the two contentious issues are the heat and the air conditioning. I believe we're on the electricity and the water. We are, Mr. Frolick and I are on the same page. Only 168,030 square feet of this entire facility are heated. The offices, of course, are heated. The employee welfare areas are heated. But there's a substantial amount of the process areas that are not heated for various reasons. Certain building portions are simply filled with ovens or boilers, and which are generating heat 24 hours a day and don't require heat. Other areas are cooled, and therefore they don't require heat. The cooling system itself is a temperature modifying system. So if for some reason the outside temperature was below the temperature of the cooled space, the system would raise the temperature rather than lower the temperature. But it is a cooling system, but it's like a heat pump, and it acts exactly like a heat pump in that if it's too warm out, it brings the temperature down. If it's too cold out, it brings the temperature up. So it's a totally different system. It's designed to maintain the processing areas at 4 to 6 degrees, which is by no means for the comfort of the employees, who all have to wear outside jackets to work within this plant, whether it's at -8 or -25 below. They are wearing apparel that will keep them warm and make it assist their working at those temperatures. It is not the temperatures they would like to work at, but it's simply required so that the meat does not spoil and so that it meets the Canadian food regulations, CFIA regulations. So if we go to my addenda tab 1, which if you're using the tabs, you can just click on. It's at page 18 of 88 in segment 1. will see on that page, on the right-hand side of that page, I've looked at the square foot area that is heated, has electricity, has water, air conditioning, and process refrigeration for each of the building sections. I've gone through each building section and determined which ones are heated, which ones are cooled, which ones have air conditioning, which ones have water, based on using both the drawings for the plant and my previous inspections of the plant and what I know from those inspections of the plant. And that's how I've determined the heating of 168.30 square feet. And that would all be space that is either, it will all be space that's kept at or about, comfortable temperatures within the building. Now, a portion of the space does have water but no heat, and the portions that have water but no heat are kept at temperatures between 0 degrees and 8 degrees Celsius. So no freezing occurs. There's no water in any of the freezers other than there is one blast freezer where they're both freezing the product and spraying water on it at the same time. So the water is then, because the meat has just come out of the oven, the water is running off, but it is forming a very thin layer of ice on the meat, which then thaws as the meat cools. As the meat's still warmer than the temperature in the blast, it's melting any ice. And as you can see, I've also itemized the process refrigeration, and that process refrigeration is either it's predominantly in blast freezers and process coolers, though there is some storage as well that's either frozen or refrigerated. But for the most part, it's all oriented towards keeping the meat cold during the process. And the meat is generally coming into that process either slightly above the required temperature or at the required temperature of 0 to 4 degrees in most cases. And it's simply part of the process of processing this meat. So that's how I've come to my various areas. I did not consider that the process refrigeration in any way was for the comfort of the employees in the building. It's entirely to do with the process and keeping the meat at the required temperatures to go through those processes. And in many cases, it's directed directly at the meat. So it's not required for the occupancy of the building whatsoever. And I believe that's everything else within my report. I think you've heard before.
Mr. Bailey, just at tab 10 of your report, you did include some assessments of other similar cold storage, I shouldn't say similar, but other cold storage facilities and how the assessment department has treated air conditioning?
Yes, I looked at all of the food processing facilities that I could find, like similar food processing facilities that I could find in Winnipeg. As well, I looked at cold storage facilities in Winnipeg, and I believe I found 7 such similar property in that sense. Now, they're not really, the cold storage is really not comparable to the subject, because the subject, and maybe we should have gone back through this, but if you look at if you go to tab 9, before we go to tab 10, if you go to tab 9 at page 59 of my report, I've highlighted in yellow all of the areas in the subject facility that have either freezers or coolers. And as you can see, they're interspersed throughout the plant, which is very different than a cold storage facility, which would hold them all together to minimize the cost of refrigeration, and it would tend to be in nice square boxes. So this facility really couldn't be easily used for warehousing of cold storage warehousing purposes, and I wanted to draw your attention to that based on where and how the refrigeration is contained in the plant, and I haven't delineated between the freezer areas and the cooler areas, but approximately 30% would be freezers and 70% would be coolers. And again, they're interspersed within, the two are interspersed within the yellow area. So now if we go to the following tab at page 61 of the electronic segment 1, the first property is Vantage Foods, which was recently purchased by Maple Leaf Foods. It's a 52,000 square foot meat processing facility. It's very similar in operation to the subject, wherein probably similar to the subject, probably 60% of the facility is refrigerated for process use. But when we look at the air conditioning, it certainly isn't reflecting 60% of the building area. It's only reflecting a portion of the office area. If we go to the following page, 940 Century, which is a facility which I believe is either in the process of closing or recently closed. It's Agipur Dairy Cooperative. And again, it's a 60,000 square foot building. Now, typically in a dairy, there's only about 50% or 40 to 50% of the space which would have cooling refrigeration for the product. I have not been through this facility, so I don't know exactly how much of the space is cooled, but typically I would suspect that 40 to 50% would be cooled. Yet, if you look on the business assessment, it's only being assessed for 5,800 square feet of air-conditioned area, which again, I would suggest to you is representative about of the amount of office within this building. If we go to the following page, page 63, this facility is Congebec cold storage, and it consists of a mixture of cold storage and at least one food processor in the facility. Sanofi Foods is one of the tenants in this building, and as you can see in the business assessment under this particular role, there's two sections, one 14,000 square feet, of which they're showing only 70,000 square feet as being air conditioned. And I submit to you that this portion of the building has a substantial more larger area that is cooled than 70,000 square feet for storage. And in the other section, which is 71,000 square feet, the air conditioning is shown as a token 1 square foot. And again, this section, which I believe to be the portion Sanofi is occupying and would be fully cooled, is only showing 1 square foot having air conditioning. If we move on to the next property, 440 Jarvis, this is an older multi-story refrigerated cold storage facility. Again, a portion of the facility is used for processing as well. But of the 16,000 under this business occupancy, which is fully cooled, again, they're showing 1 square foot as having air conditioning, whereas they've got 4,500 square feet as being heated. So of the 16,000, roughly 3/4 is cooled, yet they've only put 1 square foot and 0 value to it. 200 Dawson, again, this property has some office and it also has some utility areas. It has a total square footage of 338,000 square feet, of which they've got air conditioning to 10,447 square feet, which I'd suggest to you is predominantly office and employee areas within this building. And the remainder of the building, or the vast majority of the remainder of this building, is fully freezer warehouse. Next, the tenant in this property, Versicold, now occupies the entire property as of 2013. Maple Leaf was one of the tenants in this portion of property, and now uses Versicold as their agent for transporting and storing some of their frozen goods. 1570 Clarence Avenue is Cisco Foods cold storage facility. It's a facility of 241,492 square feet. It does have some ambient warehouse in it as well as cold storage. But again, the vast majority of this building is cold storage. Yet they've only got 37,558 square feet of air conditioning. So again, the air conditioning does not appear to include the cold storage within this cold storage facility. If we could go back to 200 Dawson Road. I'd like to make a couple comments on that property, as I did investigate the assessor's information on that property. As I mentioned, this property formerly Maple Leaf was a tenant in this property up until 2013. And this property has two original leases there's a 1996 lease of this property, which is now held by VersaCold. It was a 25-year lease. So that brought it to roughly 2021. And the lease rate was $6.19 for 203,000 square feet. The second lease in this building was part of a lease to suit. Prior to Maple Leaf buying Schneider's Foods in 2004, Schneider's Food negotiated with the owner of this facility to build a 123,000 square foot addition to the building for cold storage purposes. And they had a 15-year lease, over which time the entire cost of constructing the lease would be amortized. And that worked out to a rental rate of $11.53 per square foot. What happened in 2013, or what happened just prior to 2013, is that Maple Leaf wanted to get out of the trucking and storage business. And because their rent at $11.53 was well above market, they would have had to pay the landlord a great deal of money to break their long-term lease. And that they weren't willing to do that, and as they were using VersaCold as to service them in other areas of the country for some of their cold storage needs and trucking needs, they approached VersaCold to take over their lease. The agreement that they came to was that Maple Leaf would offer a fair number of long-term trucking and storage contracts to VersaCold, plus pay VersaCold $500,000 to take over their lease in this property. So once they did that, VersaCold approached the landlord, and the landlord converted the lease from two separate leases into a single lease. The total rental that the landlord was getting was exactly the same that he'd been getting from the two tenants who had the long-term leases. And the only addition to this was they extended the VersaCold lease from 2000. So they extended it by 12 years as part of the renegotiation of the lease. So this really was not a market negotiation in any sense of the word. And I just wanted to bring the board's attention to that. I also wanted to note that instead of using $8.53 per square foot as indicated in the lease, the assessor was using a rent of $5.22 per square foot as the base rent for this facility in their assessments. Keep in mind that this facility is newer than the subject property, has significantly higher clear ceiling heights, and has a very specific use which is different than that of the subject property. And the rent reflects the specific nature of this building's use and design, which is not the same, is not similar to that of the subject. So I wanted to go over those few things. Jamie, is there anything else that I had missed? I do have some further comments on why I did not believe that the assessor's leases were similar or comparable to the subject property. And I don't know, Jamie, would you like me to go through those?
Yes.
Or
so I know you have some items briefly to deal with in rebuttal, and I guess the question for the panel or the chair is: would you like Mr. Bailey to deal with his rebuttal now, or after the assessor has complete his rebuttal information?
I think we'll hear from Mr. Froelich first, and then we'll speak to Mr. Bailey's. Hear Mr. Bailey. But we still need to ask questions of Mr. Bailey's original presentation,
course, yes.
And yours too. So
yes. So I think with that, I think Mr. Bailey is open for questions first for Mr. Froelich and then the panel.
Okay, Mr. Froelich, do you have any questions?
I have some questions.
Okay.
Mr. Bailey had made reference to the fact that even though it's related to the realty hearing, that both sales for the property on 1 Warman Road were post-reference. There was a sale on March 18th, 2018 for $11 million. That was not a post-reference sale.
I have that as being October of 2018.
October, but the sales mailer information says March 18th, 2018 from what we have in our system from land titles.
Okay. Let me see what. I'm just trying to find my information on 1 Warman.
Okay, because it was in my original brief for realty, so I just wanted to reference that. And if the panel members want to look at that at a later point, they can. But I'm just looking at what I have in front of me here and why my brief.
I see in your brief.
Well, you know, it would have been in my rebuttal brief. In fairness, I would have been in my rebuttal brief for realty last week. It wasn't in my major brief.
Yeah, I do see in your brief that it was, according to this, was registered March 1st, 2018.
Okay.
So I stand corrected on that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. This is probably, are you familiar with the municipal board legislation on tenant improvements, free rent and commissions from a Manitoba perspective, Mr. Robert? And in fairness, Jamie could probably answer that better than you can. But I just want to ask you first, and then we can divert to Jamie.
I am vaguely familiar. I believe that question is more appropriate of Mr. Mercury.
Okay. Mr. Mercury, are you familiar with the orders regarding tenant improvements with Oakhammock Marsh, 2194 McPhillips, and 275 Portage?
I don't have those board orders in front of me, but I don't know that it's appropriate to be cross-examining on questions of law. But if you'd like to maybe ask more directly what point you're trying to make, Mr. Froelich?
Well, Okay, so so getting back to Robert then, when it comes to netting out rents, the municipal board has decided upon that the cost of tenant improvements, leasing incentives, and tenant relations should not be included. These are order numbers A-03110, A-05.
I'm going to object to that because I know I've heard this line of argument from the assessment department. They're totally inaccurate in how they are interpreting those decisions. And if fairness, if Mr. Frulich wants to rely on those decisions, then he has to supply them in rebuttal. I can't, and nor can Mr. Bailey respond to that. So if he wants to rely on board orders, we need to have those board orders, and I'm happy to have a fulsome discussion with Mr. Frulich on what those orders say and what they don't say. But it's not fair to this witness to be putting board,
which is why I directed
to him. So,
and Mr. Froelich, we don't have those board orders either, so maybe you can move on.
Well, yeah, it's just that I've been told by one of my superiors that as long as I reference it, at some point, if you want to look at it for further investigation, you can. So how did you, once again, with regards to how did you calculate your non-recovery expenses on the 770 Pandora property?
I was able to check the tax portion of it, based assessment times tax rate. The other utilities I was not. I had to rely on information I received from third parties.
So it would be subjective or not really accurate then with regards to the adjustments.
Well,
you didn't actually have the data.
I don't have the full information from either the tenant or the landlord on that. I've had to rely on appraisers or brokers for that information.
So once again, just the short version of it, because it was very convoluted from my perspective. So how do water pipes don't freeze without heat again?
You can heat water pipes.
Okay.
So you can, obviously in the portions of the water system that goes into the freezer where they're spraying water on the meat, they're heating the water pipes, or the water is at such a temperature and moving that it does not freeze.
In the 2017 border revision appeal, what was the market rate used in the order in 2017? That was appealed by
which property are we talking about?
870.
Oh, okay.
870 Lagimodier. What was the market rate used in the 2017 BA hearing?
Mr. Froelich, is this in Mr. Bailey or Mr. Mercury's presentation? Was it information they presented that you're asking about?
In fairness, it was not.
Okay, so
and so
they didn't present on that information. You can't ask them about it.
No problem. You know what? I apologize. It's been a long morning. Okay, you know what? That's it for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McPherson. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't think I do. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. McIntyre.
I have no questions, but can we take a short break?
Yeah, we can. And then I think we have some rebuttal evidence to deal with. So everybody is good with 5 minutes? Is 5 minutes enough?
Can we make it 10?
Perfect.
We can make it 10. Okay, we'll be back at 12:05.
Okay, appreciate it.
Okay.
Madam Chair, we are now live.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. We're at the spot now where I believe we're going to be dealing with rebuttal evidence submitted by both the assessor and the applicant. So I understand that the rebuttal evidence has been submitted to Ms. Balshaw and she will be sharing it with us shortly. So just give us a minute to get it. And when we get it, we'll let you know.
I do have one question that I want to ask Mr. Mercury about.
Excuse me?
Can
you just hold on a second? Is it about the rebuttal evidence?
No, it was just...
Because that's what we're dealing with now, right?
fair enough.
Okay, you can just hold on then.
So would you like me to share the assessor's rebuttal first then?
Yes, please.
Okay. So just for clarification, these are the two pieces of rebuttal that were submitted first, Mr. Assessor.
And there should be a
Don't know
third,
how
and there should be a third one as well.
That Excel sheet that you
Yeah, exactly.
submitted this morning?
Yep.
Okay, just one moment, I will get that.
They're all linked together.
Okay.
Okay, so there's 3 files.
So far, I've just given you 2. Just give
Okay.
me one
Oh,
moment.
we're showing 3.
Uh,
We're showing a Word document
yeah,
and then 2 PDFs.
2 PDFs? I think it's just labeled 2.
Well, they're both labeled item.
One is from 3 hours ago and 2 are from a few seconds ago. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm having trouble getting it here.
The one from earlier was Miss Martin's rebuttal.
Yeah.
Oh, that's item 2. Okay.
Oh, right.
Okay, so just give me a moment. And I believe the applicants have all of this as well, as Mr. Frolick was sharing that with you as he was sending it to us. Can you confirm that?
I believe that is correct.
Okay. If you would like me to send it to you by email, I can certainly do that.
So just for clarification, there is the initial document we received appears to be some brief material that was filed for the 2016 appeal, reference year, or taxation year, I should say, I think. And there was a further document regarding some building areas. And then a spreadsheet that was just sent to us this morning. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct.
There should also be the board order.
When was that sent?
I sent it this morning. It was a March 10th board order.
Is this in respect of the realty?
No, this is the BA hearing that took place in 2016.
All right, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, I'm
You have that
still
one there?
missing.
Yeah, no, I'm still trying to get that Excel sheet.
Okay,
for you.
no problem.
Oh, good.
Sorry, I apologize.
It's okay. I have so many documents open. I think I have several documents open a couple times.
It's closed.
I got it.
Okay, the panel should now have those 3 rebuttal items
Okay.
available.
Okay. All right, Mr. Frolick, you can point us to the one you'd like us to look at first.
Okay, the first one I'm referencing is the board revision order with file number 155610. This one right here.
Maple Leaf, yes?
Yep,
It's a previous board order,
that's a previous board order, yes.
which we don't have any access to the evidence presented on that board order, right?
I've also included that. That's the second PDF.
Okay,
I don't
Okay.
believe if I have the board order.
Okay, I will send these things to you.
Was the board order in a Word format?
Yes, it was.
Oh, okay. 155610.
That's correct.
Oh, okay. I do have it. I apologize.
Okay, does everybody have it now?
Yes, I do.
I do.
Okay, Mr. Froelich, go ahead.
So
This is rebuttal evidence, correct?
that is correct.
Okay.
And so what I have here is a lot of times the assessment department will look at previous history with regards to evaluation work of what we've done. And so what we're mindful of, and this is probably reflective of what had happened in the 2017 realty appeal, the 2018 value, which was not appealed, and subsequently this place that we're at today. So in 2016, it was a BA appeal for rule number 2761. Appearances for the applicants as James Mercury and Akins Macaulay Torvison, and but the actual brief per se was created by Robert, and you'll see that in the next rebuttal evidence that I'm submitting. Essentially, what we're looking at here is that the panel, our initial value that we had was $5.51, and the board reduced it to $4.51 for just for the base ARV rent, and so what happened is the value went from $2,649,960 to $2,106,960. And if we turn the page, it was based on the evidence presented by the applicant at $4 annual rental value, with the parameters presented by the assessment and taxation department. So that's what we're looking for BA. So that's why, from a department's perspective, the new rental rate of 307 is why we're questioning it from the applicant. The next, I would like to reference the second PDF.
Okay.
And so what we're trying to do is we're always trying to be, with regards to areas, it's, I don't want to say, these areas have changed for different reasons by different parties. And so we all have different trains of thought. So initially, this shows the initial value of the $2,649,960, and then subsequently how the cut came down to $2,106,960. What's interesting about this is that the total area that we had for the premises was 359,627, and we had used areas of for the heat, we had used 288,107, 341,593 for the electricity, water 17 cents, and an area of 112,393, and an area of 322,867. And in the next spreadsheet that you're going to see, there's been a lot of changes that have happened to the areas being used here. And so that's what we had presented. It was a $4 net rent. This property, the business assessment appeal was not taken to the municipal board. So the assessment department didn't take it to the municipal board, and neither did the applicant. Subsequently, in 2018, what ended up happening was that we had used $4 again as a rental rate for the subject property, and that was an appeal to the municipal board. And so, as you turn to the next page here, you'll end up seeing that the documentation and the formatting is very similar to what Robert has done today. So this just shows you the report that he had presented to the hearing for March 10th, 2016. And similar formatting with regards to areas. On page 3, he says what the assessment was and what he was seeking for a value of $1,976,000, which is actually $200,000 more than what he's seeking today. But what I find interesting about this concept is that, similar appeal, a lot shorter in terms of information, but I'm going to reference to page 6 on his brief here today.
Okay.
And if possible, so there's been changes here. So as you look at based on the 2014 market rent and corrected building areas, the property's business assessment for 2016 may be calculated as follows. So for 870 La Jamodier, they had a premise area of 359,116 with a base ARV of 1,436,464. And the rental rate they had used was $4. So the board cut it to the $4 rent. And so we know things haven't gone down in value. And so to be asking for 307 seems a bit generous. Well, it's something that we don't agree with. But what I've also noticed here is that the areas have changed a bit. And so what has happened here is that in some of the instances, the areas have gone up a little bit, but the water rate has gone down. So what happens here is so what I'm referencing here right now is I'm referencing Robert's brief here and what I have here. And when I look at the discrepancies here, so the heat makes sense, you know what I mean? So the area's gone up from 135,000 to 168. The electrical's gone up a bit from 363. It was at 359 in 2016. The water rate has gone down. So the water rate that was used in 2016 was 359,627 square feet. And now it's 285,587. And the last one is air conditioning, where the air conditioning rate, there's a modest increase. So there has been some changes here, and I'm not too sure why. And so that's what I wanted to reference here. And then with regards to his brief, so to me, there's a discrepancy here, but here that $4 rent that was used in 16, where the board cut it to their value, there has been inflation. Market rents have gone up in Winnipeg in the past 4 years from the April 1st, 2014 assessment cycle to April 1st, 2018. The last document that I want you to see is just to show the differences in areas that have taken place. So now I'm going to reference the Excel spreadsheet.
Okay.
Where's that? Third.
And bear in mind, if there's an error, I apologize, just because of the nature of the time constraints and being able to double check my work.
Everybody have that document?
Yes, I do.
I do.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead,
So-
Mr. Froelich.
So for the heat and electricity, they're modest. You know what I mean? Like the increases are modest due to the changes in size and everything like that. The water rate, where it's gone down by 285,000 from almost 360,000 square feet to 286,000 square feet. I don't understand the reasoning behind that. And with the air conditioning, the area that Robert used for air conditioning is actually lower for the 2020 than it was in 2016. So Robert's an expert on this property. We lean towards him with regards to knowing this property better than we do. But when we see inconsistencies, it raises questions for us, and then this is why I'm presenting the information today. So because we want to get it right, but we want to also show consistency. And I understand things change, but I'm just being mindful of that. That concludes my rebuttal presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Froelich. Mr. Mercury, Mr. Bailey, do you have any questions
Yes, I have
on
a
the
few
rebuttal?
questions. Yes, I have a few questions. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just with respect to Mr. Froelich and the relevance of the information that he's submitting, because we've seen a lot of material, Mr. Froelich, where you are bringing in past board orders, sometimes certificates of agreement. I take it's fair to say that you agree that your task here is to look at the information, the most up-to-date information, including market information in the reference period, and that is what your assessment should be based on, not select filings that were presented previously. Would you agree with that?
I would disagree with that. With a complex property like this, you need to have a baseline value for market valuation. So I would disagree with that comment.
A baseline value. Now, who sets that baseline value, Mr. Froelich?
The marketplace does.
Well, when we're talking about building areas, who sets that baseline area? Are you suggesting that it's fixed in time and it can't be revisited by either the assessor or the taxpayer? Is that what you're suggesting?
All I'm saying is that, we're looking for consistency and things may have changed. But the point is, it's just that, to me, that's a pretty significant. So I guess, are you saying that you guys were wrong in the 2016 numbers that you had presented here? Because
well, I will let Mr. Bailey speak to that, Mr. Froelich. But in fairness, you yourself acknowledge using rates as low as $3.08 on other industrial warehouse facilities, including 99 Murray Park Road. Let me finish the question.
In 99 Murray Park Road.
Let me finish the question, Mr. Froelich.
No problem.
Because you have taken select board briefs from prior reference years and are suggesting these are baseline values that an agent must be stuck with. Yet you personally, in the same reference year, are suggesting you're not bound by other rental rates that you personally have used, Mr. Froelich. So I want to ask you, in fairness to you, are you suggesting that the assessor can selectively pick and choose from prior board hearings which rents he can use and which can't be used?
What we're looking at is in the reference that you had mentioned for 99 Murray Park Road, that property wasn't reviewed. It got missed in the process. So that was a carryover from the 2018 reassessment. And in my opinion, when looking at the data, that property was underassessed with the knowledge I have here today. So with the knowledge that I'm presenting here today, we're looking at a variety of aspects of this information. And just like the realty hearing, we're looking at the costs of all aspects, the cost of construction. We're looking at sales comparisons. We're looking at income approach. Like Mr. McPherson had stated in the hearing last week, is this a model-based cap rate? And I'm saying, yeah, well, it's hard to create a cap rate when you have a property that's like 445,000 square feet and there's no market rents and there's no sales. So it is distinctive. So there is some subjectiveness to this property. But the point is, you can't distinguish the fact that the market rent should be higher. There's a correlation between age of the building and market rents. And then,
did you ask prior to today? Did you ask Mr. Bailey directly why it is his rents were what they were in 2016 versus what they are now? Did you actually ask him directly, Mr. Froelich? You've had a number of discussions with him. In fairness to Mr. Bailey, did you ask him the question?
Well, in fairness, Mr. Mercury, if we had the assessment at $3, you'd probably be asking for $2.50.
That wasn't the question, Mr. Froelich. Did you speak to Mr. Bailey and ask him why his brief read as it did?
I did not.
You did not. Thank you. And you are aware that $4 rent in the business assessment appeal flowed from a realty order that was made previously? You're aware of that?
Well, there are two issues here that take place here, because when I look at the date of the hearing that took place March 16th, let me just check one thing here, because I noticed that the order had taken place, but I just want to look at so the 2017 appeal. See, that contradicts your statement because I'm referencing it right now. So for the roll year 2017, the assessment was at $24,775,000. On September 30th, 2016, which is approximately 6 months away from the BA hearing, and you can look this up on file, is that the $4, the rental value was changed to $15,565,000. And when I look at the value for this, and let me just bring it up here, it was using the parameters that we had at the time, 2017 history. So on the hearing that had taken place on on September 30th, 2016. The value was $2,556,000, and the decision that would have taken place. So maybe the BA hearing carried over. So ironically enough, Mr. Mercury, maybe the BA rental right carried over to the realty in this circumstances.
Right.
Because I have the spreadsheet here, and I could share it to you guys if, if the board members
No,
want.
I don't think we need to revisit a previous board order.
I don't want to go through this in painstaking detail. The problem here, Mr. Froelich, that you've created for us is that you are taking board orders and select briefs and submitting them in rebuttal from 2 assessment cycles ago. And I'm not going to question you more on this because it's confusing enough. I'm going to let Mr. Bailey, in fairness to him, because you didn't ask him the question, I'm going to let him speak to what is in his brief and how, if at all, it is relevant to the hearing that is before the board today. So I'm not going to spend any more time on that, other than to say that it is for Mr. Bailey to deal with. So with that, I don't have any further questions for Mr. Froelich on the material he submitted in rebuttal. Mr. Bailey, do you have anything to ask?
To ask or to respond to the information?
You can ask about the evidence Mr. Froelich presented.
Okay. Mr. Froelich, you are aware that there have been changes within the building between 2016 and currently, are you not?
That's correct.
And you are aware that some of the areas that were in air conditioning are no longer exist within the facility?
Unfortunately, we were not able to inspect these properties to look at what is and what isn't.
Okay.
And so, and in fairness, Robert, and you know this as well as I do, with regard to the documentation that you sent us, I don't have the programming required to be able to map out what's air conditioning, what's not, do a detailed analysis of it. And so hopefully moving forward that I'll be able to do that with a good inspection.
Right. And I think we've discussed that some of the areas that were previously relied on were not correct as well. So a lot of the discrepancies are, I would contend, are for things that have changed or been corrected. And I believe that we've discussed many of those things previously. And that's particularly relevant because you mentioned that the air conditioning had gone down. And I believe that that we have discussed some of the changes that have happened to the property that caused that the air conditioning to go down.
Yeah, and I still struggle with that, but without an inspection, it's hard.
Well, yeah, I know that I've provided you a great deal of information on the building square footages, including the drawings and my calculations from the drawings. And I think we have discussed them. And I think that, so I'm surprised by your question in that respect.
It's just lots of information, very tight timelines. I'm looking for discrepancies. You know what I mean? Like I'm looking at the discrepancy.
Right, but a great deal of
discrepancy in area. So
as you're aware, a lot has changed in this plant since 2016.
And I'm also mindful of the fact that we're actually probably assessing what Maple Leaf Foods is actually using right now for actual space, where it should be higher than the 363 that we're using.
Right. And you are aware that we did argue for a much lower rent than $4 for the realty.
Not in 2016.
Well, I'm looking at the realty brief, and it's a much lower number.
Okay, but the realty brief is 2020, and I'm referencing a 2016 appeal.
You'll acknowledge possibly that that the client did not want to re-argue certain issues, and there was a decision at $4.
Yeah, and that's probably the reason why they didn't appeal the 2018 appeal, because the market rent was $4 in that year as well. just
that could have been.
speculating.
I can't
I'm just speculating.
answer for Maple Leaf on that one, but that could be. I think those were really the only things that I wanted to cover.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Mr. McPherson, do you have any questions on the rebuttal evidence?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. McIntyre? No questions? Okay. Mr. Mercury and Mr. Bailey, do you have any rebuttal evidence that you'd like to present?
There are a few documents that have been submitted. I don't know if the board has them.
I'm just distributing them now.
And there they are.
Is that the one that says 4 minutes ago, 4 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago?
No, I'm just about to get it copied for you.
Okay.
Jamie, do you know what time you sent it at?
Oh,
Because I printed up all the hard copies, but I just want to make sure that I'm looking at the right document that you'll be talking about. Because
it was sent at 4:48 p.m. yesterday.
4:48 p.m. Okay.
I can resend it to you.
I'm doing that right now.
Okay, thank you. It's just that, I like to reference paper instead of, and if it's a new copy that I'll look at I'll look at what you're saying. This is.
And just to clarify, Mr. Mercury, those are the 4 PDFs that were sent
Yes.
for Dawson Road, etc.
Correct.
Okay, everybody should have those documents
So
now.
I got a document sent from you at 2:19 yesterday, Kara, and then
No, I didn't never send them to you.
okay, that's I think
Included in. I just now mailed them to you.
okay, yeah. So I have one thing that says rebuttal item that's 51 kilobytes, 4 megabytes, and 16 kilobytes. Am I looking at the right thing?
You should have, if you look at your inbox right now, Merrick, you should have it.
Okay. So I got rebuttal. Okay, yeah, the Dawson ones, I got the ones for Dawson Road because I printed those ones out, but I'm just looking at.
That should be it.
It would have been the same.
Okay. I remember that. And then, okay. I'll just try to follow through as best as I can.
All right. Mr. Bailey, does everyone have that information now?
Oh, I'm still working on it.
Okay.
So
sorry.
Okay.
I just received mine now.
Okay.
So I got the rebuttal with Dawson and because I have okay. So yeah, so I got Jamie's four briefs. I got the same 4 briefs from Kara. And then is there something else? Then there's okay. I think I'm good.
Okay, you can start, Mr. Murphy.
All right. So just before we get to, okay, thank you. Before we get to those documents, Mr. Bailey, I'd just like to give you an opportunity to speak to the 2016 information that Mr. Froelich presented, and Mr. Froelich's position was that there has to be some form of baseline square footage and valuation, and he finds it curious that there was a $4 rate used and you're at something different now. Can you perhaps provide some context for the board as to where things were at in 2016, what information you had available to you, and how that might differ from today?
Right. We had argued for a much lower rent in 2016, and the board decided on a rent that was between my position and the assessor's position. For the business assessment, Maple Leaf really did not want to re-argue it, and I believe the 3 of us discussed that together at some point after, whether you recall it or not, Mr. Mercury. Anyway, it was a decision on the part of of Maple Leaf as to, in regarding the business assessment, what issues to argue or what issues not to argue. So they selected the issues that they wanted to go forward with regarding the 2016 appeals. Regarding how I came up with my rents for 2016, I did not find I had enough information at that time to adjust for certain things that I have adjusted for this time around, which included the square foot area of the buildings. There was more information with which, and consistent information this go around, to show that what the decrease in rent was with building size, keeping in mind that our building is a third of the size of the median properties that we were looking at to indicate what the market rent should be. There was also more information available to determine how the age of the building affected the rental rate this go around, where my analysis failed to show a direct correlation for the 2016 CVA that we argued. So that is one of the reasons why my rental rate is different this go around than the last. Of course, there have been changes in the market as well. And not all rents, contrary to what Mr. Frolick has indicated, not all rents have gone down, and particularly, or gone up rather, particularly for some of the larger properties. The rents have either stayed stable or in some cases even gone down between the 2014 market value and 2018 market value. Or that's what my rental comparables are indicating. So that would explain why we may be looking at a lower rent this go around. It's based on the current market. It's based on what evidence there was in the market to make adjustments to those rents is what influenced how we got to the rate we got to this go around.
There have also been some changes, Mr. Bailey, to the air conditioning and water.
Yes, there have, and they're all fairly clear. And I believe that we have discussed in these, prior to these proceedings, we've discussed them. There has been office space removed. There's been a smaller amount of office space added. There have been some corrections to building areas that we either didn't have the correct drawings for before, or where because we'd argued them with the assessor regarding the building areas before and had not made any measurable progress, we just simply accepted the assessor's measurements where we did not this time. A case in point is the amount of office area in the 1994 section of the building, where we believe there's, based on the drawings and my inspections, there is more office area on the ground floor than the assessor believes there is, but there's less office space on the mezzanine level. In fact, the mezzanine level is smaller than the assessor believed it to have been. So we've corrected a few things since there, and then hence that's brought the amount of refrigeration, or sorry, the amount of air conditioning down from 55,000 to 51,000. Regarding the water, we simply accepted the assessor's view of how much of the facility was serviced by water previously. We took issue with the two things that we've taken issue with this time, which is amount of heating and amount of air conditioning. And I have chosen to show the assessor and the board that those areas are not correct.
So moving on, Mr. Bailey, to the 4 documents that were submitted in rebuttal, if you have those.
Yes.
So the first one I think was actually may have been included in your evidence earlier, 200 Dawson. I think you may have gone through that property already.
Yes, I have spoken to it somewhat, and I believe I've mentioned most things. I don't know if we
I think the point,
yeah,
the point that or which you're highlighting, if you could bring it up, I believe you're showing here that if I'm not mistaken, that the rent actually used by the assessment department is $5.22, as opposed to the $8 and 52 cents that's reported.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and you're also showing that this is a cold storage facility, and you're showing also that the air conditioning is only a small portion of the 338,431 square foot premise area, correct?
Right. It certainly doesn't represent the freezer cooling within the building, which is the majority of the building.
Okay, then moving to 350 debates, the next document.
Yeah.
You're showing here that the rent actually used for assessment purposes at 350 debates is $6.30, in contrast to the $7.50 that's reported in the assessor's comparable. Is that correct?
That's correct. I guess I have a couple additional comments which are in my brief as well, and that is that one, this is a dated lease, and that it is based on basically a similar situation to a sale leaseback, except that it's a build to suit for the tenant at 350 debates. The lease start and the date of completion of the building are exactly the same. And as I mentioned previously, it's simply an amortization of the costs of building the land cost and the cost of building the building amortized over the 15 years. And that again, the assessor seemed to recognize that in putting on a rental rate that's well below the contract rent.
Okay, and then moving along at 1345 Redwood, you're simply showing a rent that is somewhat below or slightly below what is reported as the contract rent.
That's right, and I think as we previously discussed in the last proceeding, this is not a truly this rental rate, the contract rental rate, which the assessor reports at $653, is not truly representative of market, in that an enormous amount, approximately 1.8 million, was spent to locate the tenant in this property.
And then finally, 1750 Inkster, you were showing that the assessed rent for business assessment purposes is in fact $4.12, in contrast to the $5.17 reported as contract. Is that correct?
That's right, and I believe in my evidence, I showed evidence as to the actual rent for this period being $3.48 when you net out the free rent.
All right, those are my questions. Do you have any other comments, Mr. Bailey, in your rebuttal?
My only other comment is that really the assessors comparables are not comparable for the reasons I've discussed. You know, a meat processing plant is not really comparable to a cold storage facility. The space at 1470 Sony is warehouse space that's cooled for product and for employee reasons. Again, it's not truly a similar property. Debates being only 60,000 square feet. It's not comparable. If it was a market rent at all, it still isn't comparable. And Redwood is not truly a market rent, in my view. So those are the only comments.
Okay, Mr. Froelich, do you have any questions of the rebuttal evidence presented by Mr. Bailey and Mr. Mercury? Take yourself off mute, please.
Sorry
You're
about
on
that.
mute.
Try to be respectful. It's just, you know, I make
That's
a lot
okay.
of noise.
Thank you.
Uh,
Thank you.
Just referencing the documentation provided on 200 Dawson. Would you agree with me that the Dawson property is slightly smaller than the subject property area that we're using today?
Slightly smaller, yeah.
And yet your reference the rent being used is $5.22 for this property. Is that correct?
That's the rent you were using for this property.
And is that significantly higher than $4.12, which is the rent that we're using for BA today?
I'm not. It is higher, yes. I'm not sure I see the relevance, but again, this is superior property.
Well,
and it's
the
not
functions
really
are the same.
comparable.
Are they both not temperature-controlled environments that have the flexibility of doing
our property cannot
moderately cold?
Our property cannot be used as a refrigerated warehouse. It's not designed, nor it could be. Small portions could be adapted for that, but it's only portions.
But the rent's $4.12, not $5.22. Is that not correct?
I'm not sure I see the relevance of it, but it is correct.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I had asked this before, and with regards to you had referenced Jamie had referenced the realty appeal and the business assessment appeal. In the 2017 realty appeal, did you ask for $3.07 of a rent in that appeal process?
No, I asked for a different number.
Do you know what that number was?
Mr. Froelich, can you limit your questions to the rebuttal evidence that was presented, please?
Okay, but he answered questions that were with regards to my rebuttal, and I want to be consistent that these issues are being addressed, because there's a huge variation on a property which is over 400.
We've heard this discussion.
I know. Okay.
Thank you.
In the fairness of time, I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McPherson, do you have any questions?
I do not, thank you.
Mr. McIntyre?
I do not, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That concludes item number 3 on our agenda. So item number 4 on our agenda is the same property, business assessment appeal for 2022.
Yes.
Can I just ask, is all the information the same for this property, this appeal, as it was for the 2021?
That is correct.
Yes, the evidence would be the same, Madam Chair. The only other item to speak to is just be a brief summation, if we could, and I think we'd be concluded. Okay,
so are people in agreement? We can read, we still need to read in the particulars of item number 4. We can do that. Then we can have summation on these properties once we've got the second one read in. Does that work for everyone?
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Froelich, then if you can read in the particulars for item number 4.
Okay, just bear with me here for 1 sec.
Thank you so much.
File number is 21468, and the subject property is 870 Lagimodier. The initial value that we had was $2,366,580. We are using an area of 363,466, and including with the occupancy costs and the base ARV, I'd like to make a recommendation of $2,282,340. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Mr. Mercury and Mr. Bailey, for the record, you're not accepting that recommendation.
That is correct.
Okay, so then let's move to summation. Mr. Froelich, would you like to summarize?
Yeah, just some quick comments with regards to the analysis being done and the presentation being done today. And I want to thank the board members and the city staff for listening to this long hearing that is taking place today. Similar to when we were dealing with the realty property, this property is challenging. With business assessment, you're only looking at business rent, but you need to factor in all the factors with regards to the cost, the income, and the direct sales comparison approach. With this property here right now, the actual usage being used by this property is greater than the 363,000 that we're using today. It should be higher, but due to COVID and other restrictions, that's not possible. So when we're looking at the value, we believe that we do have a fair value here today. With regards to the presentation done by the applicant, with regards to tenant inducements and free rent, that cannot be considered with regards to part of our discussion. And with regards to some inconsistencies with the presentation being done today, in the realty hearing, there was a cap rate quote of 8% for the 2020 realty hearing. And actually in Robert's evidence, he actually had the 1345 Redwood decision where they cut the cap rate to 7.25%, not the 8% that was quoted. It's the assessor's opinion. Cold storage and refrigerated areas the same because there's a variety that can be set. I'm not an expert in this, but there are similarities with regard to the two properties, and so subsequently the rents should be similar. The business assessment rent of $5.22 that was quoted by the applicant's evidence is higher than the subject property rent of $4.12. Also to be considered with inconsistencies is that the $4 rent for the BA hearing that had taken place was established as $4, and then subsequently that was used in the realty hearing in 2017. And just for the record, I pulled up the brief for the 2017 valuation period, and the applicant was seeking at the realty in 2017 $375, which is significantly higher than the $3.07 that he's seeking today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Froelich. Mr. Mercury and Mr. Bailey, would you like to summarize?
Yes, I will begin. I think just as a cautionary note to members of the panel and the approach that the assessor has taken generally to this property should be of concern, of significant concern, not only for this property, but in others. What I will agree with Mr. Froelich on one point, and that this is a challenging property. It has been built in a number of different phases. The square footages have changed over time. You can see how it has been broken up in different sections. It is anything but a traditional warehouse or for that matter, a manufacturing facility. So there are some challenges with the property. With that being said, the fact that this is a challenging property does not relieve the assessor or the department from doing its work and doing its due diligence and arriving at a value that is not only fair, but reflective of the true marketplace and reflective of the actual physical layout of the building. This is a longer hearing than we typically have for business assessment appeals, and that is due to the complexity. Mr. Bailey has gone to painstaking effort to lay out in considerable detail how he arrived at his numbers, how he arrived at the square footages, how he arrived at the amount of heat applied to those various sections of the building, the water, the air conditioning, and so forth. At the end of the day, the board has to ask itself, which evidence is more compelling, which evidence is more thorough in terms of the areas of the building and what is actually happening in those buildings. Mr. Froelich made a comment that the Maple Leaf may be using more of the building area than what we have here. I don't think that's an appropriate comment. Once the assessor comes around to issuing a supplemental assessment, if they do, then we'll deal with that. But the implicit suggestion is we're being fair here. Let's just leave the assessment as is. It's really not an appropriate comment. And it's not appropriate either to be digging back into historical assessment files without the full context of the reasoning behind certain board orders, the reasoning behind the preparation of certain briefs. Assessments don't work in a percentage increase fashion. If that were the case, it would be a very simple process. We would just apply a 5, 10, 15% increase year after year, and none of us would have to be here. That is a simplistic approach, and I can understand the attractiveness of it, but that's not how the real world works. And that's certainly not how the Municipal Assessment Act works, and it's not how the City of Winnipeg Charter works. The onus is on the assessor to provide evidence of value. He has to provide equity and in his overall approach, and he has not done that. In fact, the approach the assessment department has taken should be of significant concern here. He has 5 comparables that he's reported. There's no showing of any work as to how he arrives at a $4.12 rent. It's 5 rents of 5 buildings which bear no resemblance to the subject property, and simply says our model spit out $4.12, and that's what we're going with. I'm not going to repeat all of the reasons why those buildings are not comparable. I think the board should be very concerned when you look at the 2016 brief that Mr. Froelich had filed, and just in rebuttal, and it'll show that the assessment department's in possession of other rents that are met in bigger space, more current leases at low rates, but he doesn't report them. And one can draw an inference as to why that is happening. So I do think it is quite concerning for Mr. Froelich to suggest there's something fishy going on with Mr. Bailey's approach, yet the assessor has all of this information and has not reported it. Cold storage facility, this is not a cold storage facility in any way, shape, or form. The processing equipment that is in there is not for the comfort and use of the occupants, it's for processing. We have looked at various assessments of other cold storage facilities, and the assessor in all of those cases, for some reason, has taken out the air conditioning. It's not called a cold storage facility, areas air conditioned, but for whatever reason, he has done so with the subject property. Mr. Froelich hasn't addressed that at all in his evidence, neither in his written evidence nor in his verbal evidence. With respect to the question of equity, Madam Chair and members of the board, this is a business assessment appeal. The City of Winnipeg Charter applies and should be front and center in terms of your deliberations. Since I'm referencing section 318 sub 3, and this was included in our brief, that in determining the annual rental value of a premises, the city assessor is not bound to determine the amount of rent that the premises would probably earn in any year, but may fix that value in any reasonable manner that is fair and just to all of the registered owners or occupiers of premises. And so Mr. Froelich has acknowledged that he hasn't looked at that at all. He's just simply looked at market rents and made a determination. We find that concerning. We did go and look at his own comparables in terms of how the assessment department itself is treating those comparables, and it's at rates in some cases significantly lower than what the contract rent is. And that is a reflection of the fact that in the real world, in the real market, one must make adjustments and not blindly follow the contract rent and not look behind what is in those contract rents. So at the end of the day, I'm not going to comment on Mr. Froelich's final suggestion. He's now looked at the 2017 brief and the 375 rent. That's not evidence that was subject to cross-examination, and it's not appropriate to be throwing that in at closing submissions. It's not in the material, it should be ignored. the task of this floor is to look at the evidence that is in front of you, and not historical submissions. A final note is that, of course, we're not overlooking the fact that we did have a realty hearing 10 days ago or so. But one must keep in mind there was a rate used of $4.50, and without commenting on what our position on that, one must recall that front and center in the assessor's argument for his rent, which was, I believe, $4.63, which turned out to be $4.50. Paramount to his position was the fact that we had over 80,000 square feet of brand new building that was under discussion in that hearing, and that is not under discussion today. And that was, as Mr. Froelich explained, one must account for that value, and that is why we see a $4.50 rent for that brand new addition. So when we are dealing with the subject appeal, my suggestion is you have to look at this based on the evidence that is before you today, not on historical submissions that have been made. So those are my comments. I don't know if Mr. Bailey has anything to conclude with, but I'd like to also thank all of you for your patience as we go through a rather complex property, and not one that is easily digestible, I might add. So thank you very much. And Mr. Bailey, I don't know if you have any additional comments.
No, I have no additional comments. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Mercury, and thank you, Mr. Bailey and Mr. Froelich. It was a long and difficult hearing, and I appreciate all the information that has been presented, and you'll be hearing from us soon on this property. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if we could just
Yes.
call a short recess while I can get the other applicant ready to participate, that would be appreciated.
Okay, so we will call a recess.
10 minutes.
Is 5 minutes enough, Karen?
I think that should be plenty, yes.
Okay, I just need to get a coffee, and so
Are you back on, Mr. Froelich, for this
I'm
next
still,
one?
I haven't, yeah, I'm the assessor for the next property. It's 1540 Saskatchewan, I think.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, so we'll give 5 minutes then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. We're now dealing with item 5 on our docket, 1540 Saskatchewan Avenue. Hello, Mr. Story. How are you today?
I'm well, thank you.
Okay, first we'll ask Ms. Balshaw to affirm your evidence or affirm your testimony, and then we'll get started.
So, Mr.
Thanks for your patience.
Oh, you're quite welcome.
Yeah.
Mr. Applicant, just for the record, can you please state your name?
Yes, my name is Jared Story.
And do you affirm the evidence you will present today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Froelich, you can go ahead and start us off on 1540 Saskatchewan Drive, please.
File number is 2261. Roll number is 0700237800. Owner is LJY Winnipeg Holdings Limited. And the assessed value that we have today is $4 million and $4,014,000. We have 4 buildings in total, 2 premises, 1 story. Property's been built, it started being built in 1958. And since 2019, there's been a 40% increase in the size of the building. So it essentially went from a building that was around 20,000 square feet to an area which is now 38,623. The floor heights range, so the range is from 1958 to 1921. The wall height ranges from 14 to 26 feet. It's zoned for manufacturing. And sorry, I just want to make sure you're okay, Lynn. And the land area is 114,518, and the leasable area is 38,623. And to land to building ratio is 2.97. And if land to building ratio was important for this property, they wouldn't have done the expansion that they decided to do. On page 2, I didn't have the opportunity to inspect this property, but I got some external pictures of the property here. Mr. Story has provided some nice pictures of the subject property. But what's interesting about this property within the city of Winnipeg, from my perspective, is I don't think you could get a better location in terms of proximity to the airport and major thoroughfares. It's on Route 90 Kenaston, so it's a very desirable area and location. So that needs to be considered. So usually a better location leads to a larger market rent, which is why I feel comfortable with the market rent that we're showing here today. So the picture on the top of page 4 shows you where the airport is and shows you where it is on Route 90 in Saskatchewan. And then subsequently on the bottom portion of the picture on page 4, you can see where the expansion has taken place with the different colored white roofing. What's also interesting about this property is about 63% of the property, I think, is greater than 22 feet. Property owner has been compliant with regards to completing the income and expense mailer information. What we've been informed by the income and expense mailer process is that it is a net rent. However, Mr. Story has told me that the companies are related. So the rents that are in place right now are book rents that I have listed here. So they have been compliant. What's interesting about the subject property on page 6 is that you'll see that the 2 leases at the time, so right now it's entirely occupied by WestCan, but Mr. Story could confirm this, but there was an $8 rent for running your resources that were located here. I don't know if they are affiliated with the owner, but it's what's been reported. On the next page, on page 7, I'm showing the subject sale history for this property. So it sold twice in 2008 and 2010. The most recent sale was for $1,937,000. So even though that, and now looking at our value of $4 million, considering that the property has increased in size by over 18,000 square feet, I think our assessed value is very fair. Here are the parameters that we used. Total leasable area is 38,623. Blended rent is $7.34. Did anyone have a question, or am I going too fast? Okay.
Carry on.
Okay. Potential rent is $283,451. We used a 4% vacancy loss, using expenses as 2% and shortfall as $375. We come up with a value of $260,878. This property is owner occupied and doesn't have some of the other expenses that other industrial properties may have. But with the saying, 65% of the properties in industrial are owner occupied. We use the cap rate of 6.5% to be reflective of the new building portion of it. Usually brand new buildings that are all brand new, the cap rates for those would be lower than the 6.5 that we used. And using the 268.78 divided by the 6.5 comes up with a market value of $4,014,000. So what I've done with my comparables is I've taken 2 groups of comparables, some of them that are in the neighborhood and some of them that are newer leases, because we need to show leases that are reflective of the new space being built. And so in the first subsection, we have a lease of $750, we have a lease of $695, we have a lease of $750, and we have a lease of $775. Notice that, so with these leases here, they're all close to the subject property, so the range is between, 21,000, 26,000 square feet. But look at the ceiling height. The very last one on 199 St. James has a ceiling height of 21 feet, which is lower than the subject property, and it has a market rent of $775, and that was built in 1964 that we have. And other rents that we have here are ranging between 12 and 16 feet, and those rents are ranging from $750. So looking at those older leases, our $7.34 seems quite fair. Now, with that being said, Now we're looking at almost 18,000 square feet of space that's essentially brand new. So what I've done here is I've shown some more leases of Logan, Bannister. They're all in the northwest quadrant, and those ranges are from 750 to 1255. These are the leasable area for these ones are more similar to the subject property, from 39,000 to 61,000. The wall heights are similar. They range from 23 to 28, and these were all built in the 21st century, the oldest one being 2000. So when we're looking at the market valuation for this type of property, it is unique. It has two different sections of it. So there's going to be sections of it that are that need to be accounted for and be mindful of when we're doing an overall market valuation. On page 9 through 13, it's just an overview of our cap rates and our expense studies that we had done, which I'm sure the panel members have heard. And I would like to complete my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Froelich.
And if I went a bit fast, it's because it's been a long day.
It has been a long day. Mr. Story, do you have any questions of Mr. Froelich's presentation?
I do. Thank you very much. Mr. Froelich, have you visited this property?
No, I have not.
Okay. And all of the inputs that you've used to create this assessment are in fact model derived. Is that correct?
From the income and expense mailers received from the 2017 income and expense mailer bailout.
Okay, but you are aware that those two rents that are on the mailer are book rents. You're aware of that, correct?
You had told me that they are book rents, but what I found in my experience doing other research is for tax purposes, sometimes they use book rents to be reflective of issues with regards to dealing with the CRA for accounting purposes.
Okay, and just to be very clear, the second, so WestCan and LJWWPG are related companies. That's the director of that registered owner is the president of WestCan. We've established that, correct?
You've told me that
in our discussions.
But you sent me an email yesterday. But I'm mindful of that. But this way, moving forward, it would be nice if you could tell them that this is an owner-occupied property. Then,
okay,
because they are related,
right? And the second rent, Red Deer, they were leasing 1,500 square feet. That's a non-arm's length lease. For 15 months. You can see it's your submission is a bit squished here, but that's 1,500 square feet of office space. So that's not an industrial rent, correct?
Well, I haven't been in the building, so I can't comment on that. But based on the size, that would say that it's an office component, which would derive a higher market rent.
Okay, fair enough. And it would be a higher rent than what would be typical of a industrial property of 38,000 square feet. Correct.
Not necessarily, because my comparables show, what the market rents are for this type of property.
Okay. Now, in the income valuation online, the city has applied an effective year of 1986. Are you aware of that?
I would have to double check that, but if you're saying it is.
That's in my brief, so we can review that. But so then that's based on the opinion of someone at the city reviewing either permits or visiting this property, or how did the city determine that the effective year built of this property is in fact 1986?
I think what we had done, just give me a quick calculation, 1958.
You average them out, it comes to 1989 and a half.
Yeah, so it should actually be higher. Well, I'm just saying because the building's almost, it's 1999 to 1989 if you cut it in half. So we used 86 because the larger portion of it is older. So I think 1986 is a pretty fair estimate.
And we can agree that roughly 43% of this property is built in 1958. Is that fair?
Yeah, we're looking at the breakdown. So I have 47% since 2019. Okay,
so that makes sense. Now, the city is suggesting that there are two premises here, but there's in fact one premise. So would the number of premises affect the modeled value in terms of the modeled rent that's applied?
Well, looking at it here, so there seems to be a correlation with regards to, the larger the size of the property, the lower the rent. But overall speaking, my comparables suggest that the $7.34 that we're using is supported by market evidence.
Okay, my question though is that the city is suggesting that there are two premises on site when there is in fact one premise and it's fully owner occupied.
Okay.
Is that correct? And I guess
just let me finish here, please. Well, but the 2017 mailer shows two premises, and for business assessment purposes, we would have to show two different areas because you have two different businesses here. So there's a reasoning why, and we're not that quick to update our information in our database so quickly. So you got to be mindful of that as well.
If that were true, then wouldn't one of the premises be 1,500 square feet as reported if it were correlated directly to the INE?
Well, I think what ends up happening here is that's one possibility. The other possibility is there's two different premises here because of the fact that the smaller premise size of the 14,876 is the newer property.
Okay, but
the newer property, as shown in my comparables, derive a higher market rent on the bottom portion of page 8. Newer properties derive a higher rent in the marketplace than ones that are significantly older.
Right.
So that's the reasoning for that, Jared.
Okay. Now, again, this property is classified as Class D, the Class D storage warehouse by the city of Winnipeg. Is that correct on your first page?
Yeah, it says wood or steel frame exterior walls.
Right. Okay. And if you reference Marshall and Swift, this style of industrial building typically has an estimated useful economic life of 35 to 50 years. Is that correct?
But 47% of the building was built since 2019.
Right.
And I'm sure there have been some upgrades through this building. If this building was on the verge of, let me finish, please. If this building was on the verge of collapsing, I'm pretty sure that the owner wouldn't be expanding the property by 18,000 square feet.
No, we're not suggesting it's on the verge of collapsing.
You're stating that the effective age, that it's past its economic life. That's what you're suggesting.
I'm stating the fact that the 43% of this property was built in 1958. Now, in terms of the degree of finish in this property, according to the BA record, and I visited the property about 2 weeks ago, and I can confirm about 3,500 square feet of this property is air conditioned. Is that fair to say? It's about 9%, just a touch over 9%.
I can't comment on that.
Okay. And the HVAC in the balance of the property is mostly comprised of overhead heaters. You're not aware of that?
Are you asking me questions about my brief, or are you presenting information in your brief?
I'm asking if you're aware of these specific characteristics of the property that we're reviewing today.
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. And then you're also not aware, I'm sure, that the owner, based on the frustrated land to building, is leasing parking from the adjacent owner on the southernmost side. Are you aware of that?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. And would you agree with me that most warehousing facilities would have a mix of grade loading and loading docks?
I'm just referencing, just give me 1 second, please.
Sure.
1840. I don't know the answer to your question. So.
Okay.
So which is he leasing property directly to the south?
It's directly to the south.
Okay. Okay. So then my question is why would he expand the property if land to building ratio was so important?
Well, I don't know that that's necessarily in question from a fee simple valuation of the property. A next potential purchaser may look at this and say that there's insufficient parking for staff. So that's that would be a negative. I think that's fair to say. Would it not? Would that not be a negative characteristic of this property that might give a next potential purchaser pause?
Well, there was a business decision made for the owner, which is always an issue. You know what I mean? Like there are many examples where businesses do not follow the 4:1 building ratio. I think of Sobeys. I think of the egg producing facility in Kernahan Road, where business owners have made the choice to expand their facility with regards to that. So in an ideal world, maybe, but the point remains is if the current owner is leasing space moving forward, then I'm pretty sure that maybe moving forward as well, that same arrangement could be with any new potential owner, because that would come up in discussions if the property did go on the marketplace.
Exactly, and I think you've just answered my question. We can agree that would not necessarily be seen as a positive. Now, I asked you about the loading capacity of this property. Would you not agree that most warehousing facilities would have a mix of grade loading and loading docks? Is that not typical in this market?
Every business runs differently. Some businesses, there may be, there may not be. I can't comment on that.
And to be clear, there's no dock loading at this property.
I haven't inspected the property, so I can't comment on that.
Okay. All right. So I guess when we look at the on your page 7, when we look at the well, first of all, there's an interesting thing that happens here on page 7 when I review the business assessment. When you're showing the two premises, the first premise you're showing it $6.48, and the second premise you're showing it $8.71. But on the business record, that 14,000 square feet is actually at $8.50. So why is there a discrepancy in the methodology in creating this assessment versus the business assessment?
So what you're saying is that, if I heard you correctly, the 14,876 is 21 cents lower?
Yeah, in the business assessment, there's a discrepancy between those two records. I'm just wondering why that might be.
Maybe there wasn't follow through from the business assessment. I can't comment on that because I didn't work on it.
Okay. All right. So, so for your rental comps, reviewing these, have you made any adjustments for size?
For size?
For the size of our subject versus the size of your comparables. I asked because your largest comparable is 12,000 square feet smaller than ours. Your smallest comp is over 17,000 square feet in the delta from our actual size. So you've used comps that are much smaller, and I think you've mentioned earlier that as the GLA goes up, the lease rate may go down. So I'm just wondering if you've made any adjustments for size.
Okay? So are you looking at the second portion where it says newer leases?
No, I'm starting with the first set of comps.
These are all my comparables. So I've included comparables of older properties and newer properties to be reflective of the condition here. And so the subject property is 38,000 square feet. And on my bottom list, I have leased areas of 36,000 square feet to 61,000 square feet. So isn't that within the range of the subject property?
Sure. But
okay, thank you.
Okay,
just
so
make sure.
No, I'd like to discuss the first set of comps that you've submitted here. So on Century, now that's a fully finished building. It has docking grade loading. There's office and a retail showroom. Is that correct?
I didn't have the time to research that. So I can't comment on it specifically. I didn't inspect the properties for this appeal.
So so you're not.
It's something that we have in the system, and the basic parameters are similar in terms of the area size, because the old portion of the building is 20,000 square feet, built in 1958, and the first comparable is in 1963. And so when we're looking at it, even then, so when we're looking at it, it would even, but the subject property would be much superior to that comparable, because that has a floor height of 22 feet as opposed to 12 for that portion.
Right. But it does have a fair bit of office, and a retail showroom would typically command a higher rent in the marketplace than a warehouse.
But if I remember correctly, there's a variety of tenants within that complex, is there not? In 770 Century?
I don't know, this is your comp. So
Okay.
I know that there's a showroom and there's okay, let's move on. On Sherwin, I think that's fine, but that's much smaller than our subject, correct?
Yep.
Okay. King Edward, substantial renos, dock and grade loading, also has showroom space. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. And then on St. James, that has M3 zoning. Now, typically M3 zoning is more rare, provides a variety of heavy manufacturing uses, and typically based on the wear and tear to the building, those types of tenants are charged a higher rent. Is that fair to say in general?
Not in all circumstances.
Okay. Now that tenant was an environmental waste services property, so that would typically be a high wear and tear type proposition, would it not? To an owner?
I cannot comment.
Okay. And then to get into your new properties, I found these interesting. Have you visited this? This is typically considered North Inkster Industrial. This is the newer Inkster Industrial area, so Meridian and Discovery, first of all.
Yeah, but just further to your question with regards to zoning, the zoning for the property on St. James, that's an outlier.
Okay.
Because that's the only property in the neighborhood that's actually M3. Because everything else is M2 across the way. And then actually, ironically enough, other than directly northeast of it, so there's commercial all around 1199 St. James, and then northeast of it, it's M3. But then everything to the west of St. James is M2.
Sure, but that
just
one
making
is
sure that we clarify that there, because it's
okay. And again, Meridian and Discovery, these properties are vastly superior to our subject. Is that fair to say in terms of construction, in terms of land to building? I noted that Meridian has a 7.6-to-1 land to building. Are you aware of that?
Well, what I am aware of, and the reason why I included those ones here, is to be reflective of the market rents of the brand new building that was built.
Okay.
So that's why I show those ones here, because if we're looking only at the building here per se, so we have like 19,000 square feet that was built in 2019. So the effective age and the lifespan of the new building will be significantly longer than the one at 2240 Logan. Would that not be correct? Or that's what I'm thinking. Maybe you have a different train of thought.
Okay. Well, these properties that you're using, first of all, just to rewind, we're here because there's a supplementary issued by an addition of approximately 3,000 square feet of storage space. So to suggest that these new, brand new buildings in a superior area, superior industrial park, are comparable is probably erroneous from my perspective. But that may just be a difference of opinion.
But you also got to factor in that the other 15,000 square feet would derive a higher market rent in the marketplace. And that's a part of the $8 and the $8 rent that we're using. Right. So, because what we're looking at here is that you're being mindful of that, right?
Right. Okay. So I'm suggesting that that second set of comps that you've included here, you've got between 47 and 60,000 square feet of brand new space in a superior location. And I think what you're doing is trying to justify the rent on unfinished storage space on a property that was built some time ago. I just think that's inappropriate. But okay, I think that's fine. So in terms of the cap rate evidence here, it says that most cap rates fall between 6.5% to 7.25%. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, and in that broker's report, it's hard to read, but it says the industrial sector sees an increased demand for multi-tenant investment properties. Now ours is, you likely wouldn't call this an investment property, would you? Based on its size, based on its age,
well,
based on its land to building?
It's hard to say. There's a wide variety of investment properties out there. So it's, right now it's like at one point there was 2 tenants. Now there's 1 tenant. I don't know it going forward. So yeah, I feel that the cap rate that we're using is reflective of the improvements that have been done to the property.
Okay, and it does say, just very quickly in the section that you've highlighted, it says that Southwest Winnipeg continues to be the most desirable inventory. Is that correct?
Well, there is desirable inventory because there's a lot of new flex warehouse space being built out there. But in the same regards,
Right.
the rents are much higher than the $7.34
Right.
that we're using today. But the
Right,
point
and
is
it
that
says
the significance of this location is pretty is great for manufacturing purposes because of the Route 90 access, easy access to Centerport and the North Perimeter. It's a good look close to the airport.
Yeah, the location is fine, but it does say that the most rents in the rest of Winnipeg are in the $6.75 to $7 range. Now, again, you've included this this report from Colliers. Are you familiar with their benchmark definitions as to what they determine as an A or a B, or how they?
I've read them, but I don't recall them verbatim.
Okay, so typically in industrial, I just have them here. It says that their single tenants that are included in the study are steel frame, precast concrete, tilt-up panel, 50,000 to 100,000 square feet, 10% of office, a modern building with an average lease duration of 10 years, and investment grade covenant strength. So that's for the single tenant. For multi, well, we'll leave multi alone, but based on that benchmark definition, it does not seem illogical on some level that this property would be applied a 6.5% cap rate based on the evidence that you've submitted here on the Colliers report.
Is your definition in your brief?
No, I'm just asking you if you think that you've submitted the Colliers evidence and you've applied the lowest cap rate that Colliers applies, and I'm suggesting that based on the frustrated land to building, the size based on their benchmark report, and the preponderance of space built in 1958, that a next potential purchaser would likely apply a cap rate over and above the 6.5%. Is that not fair to say?
I don't think so, because if you look at the CB Richard Ellis, their cap rate is from 6 to 6.5.
Right.
And their industrial B is 6.5 to 7.25. So,
right.
But let me finish, please. So what happens here is, considering that 47% of the building is brand new, I don't think the 6.5% is unreasonable.
Right. So CBR Richard Ellis says that in their benchmark definitions, that the Class B suburban office and industrial is typically older product. 5-year lease is typically previously owned. So, okay, that's fine. So we can agree that the lower end of the cap rates are probably not appropriate in this scenario for a property with this vintage and some of these other these issues that we've.
Well, I don't agree with that. So, but that's fine.
Okay, that's fine. I think that those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Story. Mr. McPherson, do you have any questions?
Just a couple. Mr. Froelich, it's you've divided it up, or the department has divided it into two premises. What is the finish on those? Is it percentage of office versus warehouse versus? Do you know what?
I don't know it offhand. Mr. Story will be able to provide better information on that. The pictures that he did provide in his brief say that the property is in good condition and the storage area is clean. So,
right. No,
I haven't had the opportunity to inspect it. So,
I was just wondering if it's the same sort of ratio of office to warehouse on the original building versus the newer building.
You know what? I cannot answer that at this time. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. Thank you. And we discussed the effective age. That's my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. McIntyre, do you have any questions?
I don't know.
Okay. Mr. Story, you can proceed with your presentation then.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thanks very much. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so the property, as we've established here, is at 1540 Saskatchewan. It was built in stages between 1958 1986, 2018, and 2021. I do note with interest that the supplementary before us today is based on that 3,100 excuse me, N8 square feet. That is storage space. Now, this property was not reviewed by our firm in relation to the standard 2020 assessment. So this is a new client for us. This is our first look at it. So that's why there was no appeal for 2020. Okay, so again, we are in the St. James industrial area. This is the intersection of Saskatchewan and Century. The property is an industrial storage warehouse, and it was, as we've established here, constructed in a piecemeal fashion. The department has assigned an effective year of 1986, and excuse me, that's on page 22 of my brief, where I've included in the appendix the city's income workup. You can see that they've applied an age of 1986, which we are not disputing. The property has good wall heights, preponderance of wall heights above 22 feet. So location and wall height those are not issues. The subject is slightly irregular in shape, with a total size of approximately 2.6 acres with M2 industrial zoning. This is leading to the land to building ratio at approximately 2.96 to 1, which is considered extremely low by today's standards. As I've mentioned, there are issues with adequate parking, and the owner is leasing space from the owner of an adjacent lot to accommodate staff parking. So in terms of, well, I've mentioned the slight discrepancy between the city in their making of this assessment and the BA. I pulled the BA record and included it here on page 7 of my brief. And you can see the amount of air conditioning is 3,500 square feet, with no air conditioning in the warehouse area of 14,876. Now, I do note with interest that the rent that's applied to that first premise area of 23,747 is $6.48, and in the newer warehouse space, the rent applied in relation to the BA is $8.50. So again, I've included that here. The assessor has applied a blended model rate of $7.34 per square foot to the entirety of the leasable area. As we've mentioned, the subject property is one single premise, and it is completely owner occupied. So we've looked to the market to determine a reasonable rate. So I've included a wide swath of rents here. I'll go through them with you very quickly. On Century, that property's original age is 1958. I'm unsure of any renovations, but it does appear to be in good shape. It has 14% office finish. It has 22-foot wall heights. It has superior land to building at 3.6 to 1, and it too is on a high traffic corner, and it includes a large outdoor storage compound. My second comp is slightly out of the area, but it is similar in terms of size. It has an ornate glass front. It's much newer with a 2005 build. And the BA record indicates that the degree of finish is 100%. And we calculate the land to building at approximately 4 to 1 on a regular parcel. The third input is built in 1973. Again, 40,000 square feet, 9% office finish, much like our subject, 22-foot wall heights, superior zoning at M3 with a similar land to building at approximately 3 to 1. I don't have an end date on that lease. I note that it was submitted as part of an assessor brief, so that's the source. It may be month to month, I'm not sure, but that is the info that I had. Sherwin is smaller GLA, 8% office, 20-foot wall heights, M2 zoning, and inferior land to building at 2.43 to 1. St. James is again zoned M3. There's a step in the reference date from March 18 to February 28th, 2019. I should say March 2018 to February 2019. 530 Century is a multi-tenant property built in 78 and 79. It has a lower GLA and a mix of wall heights, similar land to building and inferior zoning. And then Logan has a step from that runs from 15 through 18. So when we've reviewed these, the average rent based on our comparables is $6, with a median rent of $5.95. Considering the site-specific attributes of the property, we have applied a rent of $6.50. So that leads us to a gross potential rent on a net basis of $251,050. Again, that's $6.50 per square foot overall. We are not disputing the vacancy. We have also used 4%. Similarly, we've used 3.75 in our shortfall. Now, you're all familiar with our non-recoverable expense submission, so we do continue to apply 7%. I mentioned our dispute with the capitalization rate briefly. For the purpose of this report, we are disputing the assessor's cap rate of 6.5% based on the age of the property, the poor land to building ratio leading to the frustrated parking, the piecemeal construction. We do conclude that a capitalization rate of no less than 7% should be applied to reflect a market view of the subject. So on page 10 of my brief is my workup. And you can see that with all these inputs taken together, we come to a value at the reference date of $3,119,193. So we do respectfully submit the value ought not to exceed $3,119,000. Starting on page 13 of my brief, we have photos of the subject. You can see that the office area at the front is true to its vintage from the 1950s. I was there 2 weeks, I believe, to the day. I spoke with the owner, toured the property, got a sense of some of the issues, and viewed the interior. I have photos of the main level office, which would be considered utility. It's not modern. The warehousing and fabrication areas are good. They're in good condition. They have good wall heights. And page 17 is that new addition that triggered the supplementary assessment. And you can see it's got you can see the overhead heating unit on that one as well. So that gives you a sense of what the property looks like. We have the aerial view. And then on page 20, I've included the commercial section details that I've summarized earlier in my brief based on the year of construction in the different areas of this property. And then finally on page 22, if you look at that top line that says overall effective year built, this is from the city website and it does say 1986. So that is how we determine that the effective year that's being applied in this valuation by the city is 1986. So again, we do respectfully submit the value at the reference date not exceed $3,119,000, and that concludes my submission. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Story. Mr. Froelich, do you have any questions for Mr. Story? And you need to take off your mute. Thank you.
Just got to be mindful of that. I just have a quick question because Mr. Story asked me about the land to building ratio and my comparables. On 2240 Logan, what's the land area that you have for that property, Mr. Story?
2240 Logan? Yeah. Let me see here. Would have to bring it up. I don't know that I have it in front of me. You give me 1 second, I can pull it up. Oh, I don't appear to have it in front of me. I'm sorry.
Do you know what you quoted? Because I have it in front of me here right now. And the assessed land area that we have for this property is 121,985. And the leasable area is 47,500. So that made the land to building ratio 2.58, which is actually inferior to the subject property.
No, come on. Yeah, I'm not sure. I would have to, sorry, 2240 Logan?
You asked me about the land to building ratio on 2240, and then your presentation, you had stated that this rent's higher because of a high amount of land to building.
Oh, in your brief?
Yeah, in my brief, yeah.
Oh, in your brief.
Yeah, you're asking me a question about my brief.
That? Yes,
and
okay.
So I didn't have the land area listed here, but you had stated that the subject property my comparable was superior because it had a higher land to building ratio.
No, I didn't say that about Logan. I have my notes here. I said that the property on Meridian has a land to building of 7.6 to 1.
Really? If that's the case, if that's the case, Mr. Story, I apologize. It's been a very long day for me. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Next question. When I'm looking at your comparables, which is the closest to the subject property?
That's a good question. Closest in terms of
market rent valuation, the building per se.
Yeah. Well, perhaps. It's a good question. I was trying to determine that yesterday. I thought maybe one of the bottom two, but I actually I'm not sure. I think we're having to look at this as more of a range and then adjust. Those two that are at the bottom are much smaller, and that is something that I questioned you about. But I think that when we look at the 675 and those two last comps, 650 then becomes supported for ours. So I don't know if there's one that's a perfect fit, but rather I think I'm showing a good swath of rents that are active in general.
But if you're using the 675, which is similar in location, because I would say the Logan location for an adjustment would be similar to the Century. I think we're dealing with apples to apples here, right? But what you're looking at here is your Century comparable is, over 40 years old, right?
Yeah.
And the Logan comparable, it is, 20 years old.
Well, the
and considering
Logan comparable is a very good
considering that the new,
it is
go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. The Logan comparable, though, you'll see is only 24,000 square feet, and it's got 28-foot walls, and it's got a land to building of 3.15. So based on the principle of economies of scale, 6.5 may actually be generous when using Logan as a comp. So I think that my comps do support $6.50.
Okay. In terms of, okay, but you don't have any comparables that are more recent in terms of recently built.
Well, I don't dispute that the average or the effective age ought to be 1986. So if we're looking at, we've got Jarvis, which is, I admittedly, it's not locationally. I would say that it is inferior, but that's reflected in the rent of $595. But it's quite new, and I'm familiar with that property. It's quite nice. It also, I believe, it has 100% finish. So that's a newer property. Then we have some properties from the 70s, and I think that the city could have just as well said the average age or the effective age is 1980. So I think I'm in the ballpark at 73 to 77. I think we're talking about similar utility, to be certain. And one thing that I was mindful of when I was looking through these is whether or not an operation who is carrying out this type of business could, in fact, if they were looking to the market, would they deem these comparable? Could they find similar utility? And I think the answer is yes.
Okay. Fair enough. I just got one other question. You haven't referenced it here, but to me, I think there's a parallel to it. On your cap rate study on page 20, could everyone reference it? So Mr. Story has provided a cap rate study brief, and I actually feel it's probably pretty similar to where we're at right now. So it's on page 21. I'm looking at a property on Debates.
Right.
So bear in mind, this is a cap rate study that was done. So in terms of location, so it's in St. Boniface Industrial Park as opposed to the subject property, which is located on Kenniston. What I find interesting about this property here is that they have the effective age here. So the effective age was built in their cap rate study. Are you guys on the same page as me, the panel members?
Go ahead.
Okay, no problem. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't speaking too fast. So the Debates property, there's so it was built between 1980 and 2001. So with the subject property, we have 1958 to 2019, right? So we have a bit of a gap here. So 20 years from 1980 makes it 1960. 2001 to 2019 is like 18 years, right? So then we're looking at, so the effective age for this property that they have is 1990. We have an effective age for this property in 1996. So when we're looking at the land to building ratio, the land to building ratio is a bit higher at 3.64 as opposed to what we have, which is just under 3, if I remember correctly, because we are at 2.97. So that's the big considerations here. And so what ends up happening, the area leased is 32,591 at 807. So our rent is $7.34. So we're dealing with a situation here where the effective age is very similar, right? The sizing is very similar, bearing in mind like the doing the deductions for the older portion in the subject property and the newer portion of the subject property. And it's sold on May 4th, 2017 at $3,510,000. So if we look further down in the workup here, the cap rate study they used is 6.5%. And so what we have here is on a sales to square foot ratio, it's $108.50. For our property here today, it's 103, so it's slightly less than the subject property, but it's actually a lot closer in terms of quality finish here. So why didn't you? So my question is to the applicant is that why didn't he use a 6.5% cap rate as opposed to a 7% cap rate? Because to me, there's a lot of similarities here.
Okay, and just to be clear, that's the same property that you've included in your cap rate table at 7.44%, is it not?
In our cap rate table, I would have to double check that, but you know, I can't.
Okay. Well, suffice it.
I need to reference it. The dates here.
So
yeah, that is correct. It is at 7.44, but I'm just wondering, like, if no.
So the cap study that we've provided here is showing a range in order for us to bifurcate or create the stratification of the different cap rates that are in the market. Our cap rate study does speak to the brokers' reports. As I mentioned, Mr. Froelich, in your presentation, the benchmarks that are put out by the brokers tend to include properties that are of a higher on the scale of quality. So there should be, when we're looking at all the different properties that come before this board, we should look at the potential range, apply a baseline, and then make adjustments. So I have mentioned a number of issues with this property: the preponderance of the build from 1958, the frustrated land to building. I think those are issues that are the small amount of office space. So if 6.5 represents the best product in the marketplace at the reference date, then I think it's wholly reasonable to use 7% for our subject.
So would you not agree with me if you're looking at the overall age of the building and the land to building ratio and the rent being used? So effective age is very close. Land to building area is very close. The subject property is superior in terms of location to the subject property, and the market rent used in your cap rate study is higher than what we have here. And so in my eyes, you're asking for a market value, which is a 25% discounted on properties that are very similar. That's how I look at it.
No,
because
I think you would have to make
because you're seeking a dollar value of $80 per square foot approximately. This is 108, and our dollar value per square foot's just over 100.
Okay. Again, but you're also using a 7.44 cap on this property.
Well, but this is your evidence that I'm asking you questions about.
Right, but it's
and so you know what? I wasn't part of that study. I was working in office at the time, so I didn't have the opportunity to review this. I'm asking you questions about your evidence here today.
Right, that's fair, and I'm telling you that input was used to create a cap rate study that shows us a picture of cap rates that are active in the market in the industrial sector at the reference date, and we've part of that study shows you that we have a cap rate table that we use with 7% would be effectively the line between what we'd call an investment grade A and an investment grade B, and I think it's wholly supported that our property falls in that area. I'm not making specific adjustments with one entry to our subject. We're using that entry in our cap rate study in order to develop a cap rate table, much like the brokers and the cap rate evidence that you've submitted today. So that's that would be my answer to that question.
I have no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Froelich. Mr. McPherson, do you have any questions?
I do not, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McIntyre?
I do not have any questions, thank you.
Okay, and neither do I. So is there any rebuttal evidence that we need to hear?
I'm so done.
Does anybody have any?
No, you've
Sorry,
had a long day. I think.
I'm just asking.
I think everything's said it all.
Is there any need for summation?
No, not from our end. I think
Not for me either. Thank you.
Okay, then that concludes our hearing. We've heard all the items scheduled, and this hearing is now adjourned.
Thank you for your time, guys. Have a good day.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.